Welcome friends, it's WebDevMania and today we're going to create a full stack travel application. So you see here the about page. When you scroll down here we have what type of place you want. So when I click here on apartments here, I get only apartments. So obviously the photo is not apartment, but the type is, when I click here on viewer, you see here I get it. See, when I click here, type is going to be a viewer. Then penthouse, you see here, type of penthouse. When we scroll down here we get some random rooms, and here the footer. So I can click here, I can get details, and let's try to book. So John Doe for the name, then for the email let's say again John Doe at gmail.com, and here let's book from 24th to 20, let's say 7th, and here book now, success, you booked from here the date and to. Let's say that I want to book again from 27 to let's say 1st. When I click here, your date is in the book range. Last book day is 27th of January. So this is how our application looks like. Of course here we have a login and a register page. So see you in development. Hello friends, today we're going to build a full stack travel application. So if you find that interesting, let's go. So the first part is here to make two folders, one for the backend and the second one for the client. So I'm going to start first with the backend. So here open the terminal, new terminal, and here cd backend. Then npm init y, and then let's install our dependencies. So npm I bcrypt course.env express json web token mongoose, and finally motor. Those will be all of our backend dependencies. So click enter, and while they are installing, let's make here the main file, which is the index.js. So inside the index.js, let's import several of our dependencies. So const express is equal to require express, then const mongoose is equal to require mongoose, and here let me just close the terminal. After this, const.env is equal to require.env, and let's initialize our application. So const app is equal to express, and here with the parentheses. So we need here to connect our DB and then to start our server. So I suggest to you guys that we should make the Mongo database and then we continue. So here, go into your browser of choice. Here I'm already logged in my MongoDB. Here I am here on project. So here click on this project, new project, and here I'm going to give the name for my project, which is travel demo in my case. Then I click next, create project. It is loading. Then here we're going to make the database. So build the database. Here cluster for free shared, create cluster, and here username and password that our DB wants us to have. So I'm going to make here username 123, and the password is going to be the same because I don't want to forget it for this demo video. And then here the IP address, I'm going to type here the generic IP address. This means that every single device can access it. Of course you want only your IP address, but this is only for demo purposes. As I said, here at entry, go to database, here connect, and let's connect our application. So as you see here, connect, and here that's the second row. So connect your application. You click it, here let's copy it, and you see here, this link here is very important. It is a secretive information. So this is why I've installed this .env package. This is for environmental variables. And here for the .env, here I forgot to type .config. This is how we are able to use .env variables. So how you can use .env variable, you may ask, if you haven't used them previously. You go here into the backend folder and make .env file, just this .env. You click enter, and here I want to make the Mongo underscore URL environmental variable. I just write it like this, and here I just copy the username and paste it here for the password field because they are both the same. Of course you want something a little bit more complex, so don't make them the same. In a real project you make them very complex, but here this for demo purposes, as I said several times. So this is how we create our Mongo URL. I'm going to create while we're in this file the port here. So port is equal to 5000 and our environmental variable is ready. So here let's connect our database. So mongoose.connect process.env.mongo_URL, and here a callback function that will execute if everything is correct. So DB is successfully connected. Okay, and here I'm going to start my server. So app.listen process.env.port, and here again a callback function if everything is a success. So server is running. So you see here the environmental variables, they are preceded here with process.env and dot, and then the name of the variable. So this is the syntax for environmental variables, and you declare them here in the .env. Okay, enough talking, let's start our server. So cd backend, and here npx node1. Okay, server is running and db is successfully connected. Here I have some warnings. I don't like this warning, let's remove it. It's just one line of code. So mongoose.set strict query, and here false. So right now it would be removed. Here I have some error. It should be here strict. I made a typo. So here strict query like this, and here you see we have no more warning. As you see here, server is running and db is successfully connected. Okay, so we are ready with this part. Let's make here our folder structure. So here controllers, middlewares, and then here models. So usually people start first with models, so I'm going to start with models. So the first model here will be user.js, and here just let me close the terminal. Const mongoose is equal to require mongoose. First we import the mongoose module, and here const user schema is equal to new mongoose dot schema, and here inside that object, inside that parentheses, here we're going to type our fields that we want our user to have. So username, two dots, and here an object defining our options. So here type string. That means it should be a string, it must be a string. Then required true, this means that we cannot create a document without username. And then unique true. So we must create a username, it must be a string, and it must be different from every other username in our collection. Okay, then an email, of course, because we want an email with our user, and it is going to have here the same properties. So I'm just going to copy them. So the email is going to be again a string. We must provide an email, and it must be different than the other ones. So the same logic for the email. Then here we have the password. The password again is a type of a string, and again it is required because how we can create an account without a password? We must have a password, but it's not going to be unique for security reasons. And lastly here I'm going to provide is admin, and it is going to be not a string but a boolean, and default it will be false. So when we create an account, by default it's going to be false, and only if we set it to true it's going to be true. And here I'm going to provide timestamps true. You see here it's different from the other fields here. This timestamps true is an object here at the end, which will just give us the created at and updated at when we create. So when we create a document, automatically we have assigned two fields. So one is when it was created, and the other one when it was last updated. Okay, and the last part here is to export it. So module.exports is equal to mongoose.model here user schema. Okay, so we are ready here with the user schema. The next one here is the room. Okay, so room.js, and again const mongoose is equal to require mongoose, then const room schema is equal to new mongoose dot schema. And here let's start. So title, here the title is going to be a type of a string and required of true, and again unique of true. So every single room it have a title, and the title must be a string, and it must be different title than the last rooms. Okay, then a description here is going to be a type of a string, and required is going to be of true. And I'm not going to set here the field of unique. We can have different rooms with the same description. That is not that big of a problem. Then we have a price. Of course, every single room must have a price assigned to it. So type is going to be here a number, and again required to true. Of course, we must have a price along with the room. Then here we have a country, type of a string, and again required of true. So every single room, you know, it is in a particular country, so we want the country to be assigned to that particular room. Then we have here a photo, and photo is not going to be required, it's going to be here a type of a string. Then we have a type, so you know, it could be a bungalow, it could be apartment, penthouse, that type of stuff. So here we should define the type. So again, type string, and required is going to be true. The next part here is the review, which is a type of a number, required of true, and here we have a minimum of 1 and maximum of 5. So the review will be between those two values, between 1 and between 5. So this means that it must be either 1, either 2, either 3, either 4, or the maximum value, which is 5, one of those values. And lastly, here we have unavailable dates, which is going to be here a type of a number, and default will be an empty array. So here, when we book a room, we are going to push here some values inside this unavailable dates. Okay, and then time sums to true. And here let's export it. So module.export is equal to mongoose.model room schema. Okay, we are ready with the models. The next part here is making our controllers. So let's start here defining our files. So Auth Controller.js, then room controller.js, and here we have upload controller. If you wonder what is that upload controller, it is for the photo. So it is for the motor dependencies. This is going to be several lines of code, and most of them are going to be boilerplate. So don't worry about the upload controller. It is for photo with the motor. So I'm going to close it, and I suggest to you guys that we first start here with the Auth Controller, the authentication one. So let's go. Const Auth Controller is equal to require express.router. Then const user here capitalized, require /models/user. So here we get the user schema. Then const bcrypt is equal to require bcrypt. This is a package for hashing our password. So it's basically making our password an unrecognizable string. So from 1 to 3, let's say it is going to look something like this. Yes, not exactly like this, but you get the point. It is going to be completely unrecognizable for us. And then const JWT require JSON web token. This is for authentication and authorization, the JWT token. Okay, so for Auth Controller we have a register, and we have here a login. So I suggest to you guys that we first start here with the register. So Auth Controller .post/register is going to be an async function. Every single interaction with the database is asynchronous by nature, so that's why we have async here. So then request response, and here an arrow function. So inside the arrow function a try catch, and here for the catch block I'm just going to write something generic. So return response status of 500.json error .message. This is just for the catch block, nothing complex. I'm not going to dive too deep into the catch block. But for the try block here, we're going to write some lines of code. So let's start. First, const is existing is equal to await user.find1 email request.body.email. So if this is true, this means that there is already such an email registered. Here I'm going to return response of 404.json here, message email has been already registered. This is a 404 if we have already such an email registered. Okay, then here const hashed password is equal to await bcrypt dot hash. Here we're going to hash our password. So request.body.password, and here we provide the salt of 10. So this is basically a salt value. You can read in the documentation what exactly is. It's not that complex. Okay, so here we have hashed our password with the bcrypt. So we are going to make then our user. So const user is equal to await user.create, and here we spread the request.body. And when you spread the request.body, this is basically writing every single property by hand, but it is of course easier to do with the 3 dots and then request.body. And after this, I'm going to type here the password because I want to reassign one of those properties, and I'm going to reassign it with the hashed password. I want it to have the hashed version of the password. And then await user.save. Okay, the next part here is extracting the password. I know it is hashed, but it's still insanely good practice to hash our password, to get our password which is hashed from our user. So user, and then const token is equal to create token user. So here I'm going to make a function for creating token. So here create token function, and let's start. So const create token, and here it gets the entire user, and here const payload is equal to id user dot underscore id to string, and then is admin here. This is the other property that we're going to have inside the payload, user dot is admin. Okay, then const token is equal to JWT sign payload process.env.jwt underscore secret, and oops, here not underscore but parentheses closing one, and here we return the token. So this is a function for creating a token like this. Okay, here we have invoked the function. So the next part is just returning the value. So return response status of 201.json, and here others token. Okay, so here this is the register function. We are ready with this, but of course we need to write here module.exports Auth Controller. We need to export that controller here, and here I'm going to comment middlewares, and here app.use. On the auth route we are going to call the Auth Controller like this. But you know guys, when you call here some functions with the request.body, you must specify 2 middlewares because the request.body is undefined. So I'm going to write them here. app.use express.json, and here app.use express URL encoded, and here extended true. So those 2 are a must if you use request.body. So you must write them, otherwise request.body will be undefined. Okay, so let us go into our postman here, and let's try some of the register. Okay, so we have already returned. Let's go here to the postman, and here on the auth route and on the endpoint of register here, a post request, and here I'm going to read those values here, just like this, and here username user1, then email user1 at gmail.com, here a comma, and then password. I'm just going to type some simple password, 123 123. Of course you want a lot more complex password than this. Okay, so here we click send, and here secret or private key must have a value. I know the error. Here I have written process.env.jwt_secret, but I have not written the environmental variable for the secret. So let's go. JWT_secret 123 secret. Again, you want a lot more complex secret than this, but this is for demo purposes in this video. Okay, right now click send. Email has been already registered. Okay, let me try another user here. Click send. And again, secret or private key must have a value. So here, JWT_secret, JWT_secret. So when you write environmental variables, you must here restart the server. This is why we get that error. So npx.1. Okay, our server has been started successfully. Let me make another user. Click send. And here, I know I did this purposely. I know why we get everything here. So you see here, what is this thing here? Why we get those things here? We have not written those things here. We have written only this here, which is the _doc. So here, if you want to get the values that you have provided here and note those two weird things here that what we got, you go here to the user._doc. And right now we should get everything as we expected. So just let me make the terminal like this. I will even close it. And let's try another time right now. I'm sure that everything will work successfully because I did those mistakes intentionally to show you guys because they are very common. Click send. And here you see we get the others and we get the JWT token. So you see here that token is separated by two dots. This is the first dot and this is the second dot here exactly at the end of our line. So those two dots, and here username, email is admin, the ID created and updated at, as I told you, from the timestamps true, which is this here. This is why we get updated and created at. So our register is working successfully. Okay, let us go into our login. So here app.auth controller on the post endpoint of login, a post request with the async request response here, an arrow function, and let's go. Again, a try catch block, and here for the catch block I'm going to copy this here like this for the catch block, but for the try block let's start. So here const user is equal to await user dot find one, and here we get him by the email, so request dot body dot email. And here if we don't have a user, we do the opposite logic. Here we check if there is a user and we return an error. Here we check if there is not a user and then we return an error. So return response status of 404.json here, message here, invalid credentials. This is if we don't have a user, and then we compare the password. So compare pass is equal to await bcrypt.compare user.password request. Wait, first we provide request.body.password and then user.password. So we provide here first the normal 123 password and then that weird recognizable and locked password. This is how it works. First the normal password and then the hashed version of the password, and then they're going to be compared inside this function here, and we are going to get a boolean back. So if it's not correct, so if the password is not equal to that one in the database, here we return the same error as with the user. So return status 404.json here, invalid credentials. So it is an insanely good practice, guys. Just listen to me for security reasons. To provide here the same message when you log in, when you make a wrong login for the wrong email or for the same password, because imagine that I'm trying to log in and I got a message that the password is wrong or the email is wrong. So when I log in, I get first the email is wrong and the password is wrong. So I know there is not a user with that email or that password. But if I write here a correct email and I'm going to get only wrong password, so I know, there is an email in that database, but there is not but the password is wrong. So I need to guess, and there is a chance that I can guess that password. And guys, for security reasons, if you want to make the chance lower of such brute force attacks, you want to provide this message. Of course, there are a lot of other things that you need to provide in your application for avoiding or minimizing the chance of brute force. I'm not going to go to dive too deep into this thing because our video is going to take 24 hours probably if we talk about security at length. Okay, so enough talking. Just provide here the same message for a wrong email and a wrong password if you want to minimize your chance attacked, if you want to avoid your application attacked by hackers or they successfully getting your credentials. Okay, so you know hackers are bad people. And then here const password, here we do the same mechanic here, so we spread here from the user._doc is equal to user._doc, and here we make the token, so const token is equal to create token, and here I'm going to provide here the others. Here, why I have provided here the user in the register, I should provide here the others. It is basically the same because the user is the others, but it has the passwords. It's basically the same. You can leave it here user or others, but I change it here to others, guys, just to know, here in the register to others, and here again to others. And then return response status of 200.json, here others and token. We return basically the same thing. And if you wonder what is the difference here between 200 and 200, 201 and 200, 200 means okay and 201 means successfully created. So the other one is okay and the other one is okay, created basically. Okay, so let us try here the login. So here we go. I'm going to make this a little bit smaller, and here I'm going to try here to log in with this account that I just registered here, the user for. So on the auth route of the login endpoint, and here I click send, and here you see I get everything that we should get. So everything is working as intended, and here I'm going to provide here an extra character just for you to see that we get an error. So click send, message invalid credentials, okay. And here I'm going to provide here a bonus character in the password, again invalid credentials. So if someone tries to brute force our application, he would not know if the password is right or the email is right, and this is basically making our application, I'm not going to say a lot more secure, but it is more secure for sure if you provide the same message for wrong email and wrong password while login. Not more secure, but more secure. Okay, we are ready here with the Auth Controller. Then here we have the room controller. Okay, so let me close here those parts here, and let me go here to the room controller. So room is equal to require /model/room, and then I'm going to import two functions that I have not written, and we're going to write them right now. So const verify token and verify token admin is equal to require /middlewares/verify token. So those two functions we're going to verify. You see here, I'm just going to log in to show you. We can decode this token here, and we can see if the user is actually the user that he's pretending to be, and if that user is actually him, is he admin? That's what those two functions mean. Oops. Okay, so here middlewares, we're going to write here the verify token. So let's start. So here we just import here the JWT token, require JSON web token, and then const verify token is equal to async request response next. And here we're going to type some logic. So let's go. Before typing that logic, if I don't want you to get confused, I'm going to show you. So here, usually we get here the token and we paste it into the headers, not in the body, but in the headers. And here as a key value pair, so the key is authorization. You see, I have written this previously in another application and it is still there. So authorization, and here bearer space and the token. So this is a different token. I'm going to paste mine. So here in the headers, authorization bearer. So right now I'm going to do this check. So if we don't have into the request.headers.authorization, we're going to return here a response status 403.json here, and here a message not authorized, no token. Okay. Then if request.headers.authorization here starts with bearer and a space, this means that this is a by default a JavaScript function. Don't worry, this is by default from JavaScript. It is not Node.js specific or some library specific, it is JavaScript. And you know, it is basically checking if this starts with this thing here. So a bearer here, and here we have a space. So bearer and a space. So if the request.headers.authorization starts with bearer and a space as you see here, oops, then we're going to do the check. So const token is equal to json.verify here. We provide here the wait, not JSON, this is the next line. So const token is equal to request.headers.authorization.split, and you know it is bearer split and then the token. So here we provide here that empty space, and we're going to get an array back. The array is with two elements. The first is this bearer, and then is that weird token. So if we want to get the token, we need to get into the first index, which is the second element. So first index like this, and then here json.verify, and here we place the token, and then the secret process.env.jwt_secret. This is from the documentation, guys. If you have not worked with JSON web token, I suggest to you that you stop the video for 10 minutes, you go to read the documentation or some tutorial, and then you come back, because you're going to get a little bit confused with this syntax here. But if you have to watch it, or you know how JSON web token works, let's continue. Then we get an error and a data as two parameters. So the first is the error and then the data. And if you wonder, okay, web dev mania, what is this data here? Where do you get it? And I'm going to show you. We have written it here. You see here, this is the payload. This data is the payload we have written. And basically the payload is this here. So we're going to get the user ID and isAdmin when we decode our token successfully. Then an arrow function, and here if we have an error, we return response status 403.json here, and the message wrong or expired token. So if you have an error, the token is either wrong or expired, and then else. Request.user is equal to data. We assign it in here an object with only the user ID, and like this actually, because here, wait, I made it here into the .id, and here it's underscore ID. So in our object it is going to be just like this, and user.isAdmin. And then we go to the next. So right now you probably wonder what is this next here. If let's say I type here inside the login, just for an example, the verify token, the next is this function here. This thing here is next. So if everything is successful, we run the next function, which is basically this function here. So this is what that next means. So this is the next function in the context of the middleware function. Okay, so this is here for the verify token. Then the next one is for the admin. So let's go. So const verify token admin is equal to async request response next. In here, oops, where did s come from? Okay, so here for the admin, I'm just going to copy paste this here. It is basically the same, but with one difference. So here, you know that the data holds the user ID and the user is admin. So here I'm going to make a check. If before we reassign it and before we go to the next here, I'm going to do this check here. So if we don't have its admin or it is a false value inside the data, here I'm going to return here return response status 401.json here message you are not admin. And you know, when we return here, we are not going to reassign it and we are not going to the next function. So everything works as expected. And here, let's export it. So module.export is equal to here verify inside the curly braces, of course, verify token and verify token admin. So we're going to export those two functions here like this. Okay, so let's go here to the room controller and let's start typing our code. So here we have already imported those two functions. We have already imported here the room. The only thing left here for our initialization is making the room controller variable. So room controller is equal to require express.router like this. And let's start. So here I'm going to make first the comment. So get all, get one, create, update, delete. In here we have one left, book. So this book is going to be our last. Let's focus here on the other actions here. So for the get all is going to be very simple. So room controller.get here. We are on the home endpoint, so we have no endpoint basically. Async request response. And if you want to get them, you must be logged in. So we here provide the verify token. You cannot get them if you are not logged in. And here a try catch block. And here I'm going to write here console.error.message here, just some generic message. And here for the try block here, const type is equal to request.query.type. And right now you've again asked, what is this thing here with DevMania? I'm going to show you right now. So this query here is, let's say our route is this and the query looks like this. So question mark type, and here let's say apartment. So we want to get the type which is apartment like this. So question mark and the key value pair. So I'm going to show you later as an example. So here we get the type. So if type here, and here I almost forgot. So let rooms like this. And here if else condition. So if type here rooms is equal to await room.find here type dot limit to 15. So imagine we have 100 rooms. I don't want to display 100 rooms. I want to display 15 for this example. Of course you can adjust it to 25 to 35. It doesn't matter. It is my personal preference to have it maximum of 15. Or we just do it like this, await room.find, we just get every single room like this, and again limit of 15. And whatever, so if we have the type or we don't have the type, we do the same thing at the end. So we return here the room. So return status of 200.json here rooms like this. Okay, so this is for the get all. Then here we go to the get one. So the get one here is going to be kind of similar. It's not going to be, yes, so it's get one. I forgot one here. So, or actually I have not forgot anything. It is basically like this. I digress, guys. So let's continue. So get one room controller dot get, and here find, and here ID. Again, we get here the verify token, async request response, a try catch here, and again I'm going to copy here the catch code, and here const id is equal to request params.id, and here it must be here id. If I change it here to room id, I must get it the same here like this. So the params is basically accessing the things after the column. So I just want it to be just id, so here it must be id, and I get it as a variable here. Then const room is equal to await room find by id, and here the id return response status of 200 the JSON room like this. Okay, then the next one is for creating, so let's go here. Room controller dot post here on that, on the home endpoint again, verify token admin, so only an admin user can create room, only admin, so you must be logged in and you must be admin to create. Okay, here a try catch block again, I'm copying here for the catch block, and let's go here to the try. So the try is very simple, so const created room is equal to await room dot create request dot body, and then we return it. So return status of 2.1 not JSON created room. Okay, then for the update here, room controller dot put here the id here we get, in here again only an admin can update, in here async request response, here a try catch block, I'm going to copy it here, and let's go. So await room find by id and delete request params.id, and here return response of 200.json, here a message room has been successfully deleted. Actually this is for the delete, guys, my bad. I want here for the update, so here I'm just going to delete it here, and here const updated room is equal to await room find by id and update, and here I'm going to provide here as a first parameter the request params id, then $sign set request.body, and lastly new to true. Oops. So this is for our updated, and then we return it. So return status of 200.json, and here the updated room like this. Okay, so this for updating. Then we go to the delete, so room controller dot delete, here again we need the id, verify token admin async request response, a try catch block, we copy here the code inside the catch block, and let's go. It's just here the await room dot find by id and delete request params dot id, and then we return a message. So here first the status of 200, then .json, here message successfully deleted room, and lastly here we have the book, which is going to be a little bit more interesting than the other ones. So let's go here. Room controller dot put here book room, and here the id of the room, oops, like this, book room, then verify token async request response, a try catch block here, I'm just going to copy like this, and let's go. So const unavailable dates is equal to request.body. We can get the values from the request.body like this, so I'm going to show you. So I showed you right now. Then const room is equal to await room dot find by id request params dot id, and then room dot unavailable dates is equal to room dot unavailable dates dot concat the unavailable dates that we get here. So we basically combine that array with the unavailable dates that we provide. So this is basically we are making the array, we are combining those two arrays. Then await room dot save. This is how you can, this is the second way of updating your documents. You just do it like this, so basically like a JavaScript, and then you save them. And this is the other way, this is the second way. So whatever you find better. return response.status of 200.json here, and then we return the room itself. So this is for the room controller. Let's here import it. So app.choose on the room route room. Okay, we need to import it because it doesn't pop up. So module.export room controller like this. Okay, room controller. Okay, I want to make one account which is an admin, just to show you the things here. So here username user 5 and here a comma, and of course is admin true like this. Click send. Oh, of course it should be here Auth Controller Auth register. So click send. I here have some comma. Okay, right now click send, and here I have everything. Usually guys, you want to have a lot complex verifications, because I can create whatever I want to be an admin. This is wrong. You should have very hard verifications, very complex, very big verification, and secure, the most important for this thing here, because I can make whatever I want to be an admin. It should be different, but of course this is a demo application. This is not for production. This is to show you like how you write the code here for the logic, but without the security. Okay, so paste here, then go to the room, and let's create one room. So here let me see here into the room model, and let's start. So here room 1, then description, room 1 description, then price. The price is going to be here a number, so let's make it like 999. Then I have a country. Let's put it down like Japan. Then photo. Right now I'm not going to provide any photo. We're going to provide it when we create the front end. So I'm just going to provide some random string here. Then type. The type is going to be here apartment. Review is going to be here 4.5. And lastly, I had unavailable dates, which is basically an empty array initially. So let's send. And of course we have created it. So let's change it here. I'm going to create a few rooms. And the third one. Okay, I'm going to copy right now the ID and do some things. So you see here, all of them are type apartment. Let me create a fourth one actually to make it, let's say, a bungalow. Click send. And here let's make it type is equal to apartment like this. And of course get, and we should get from the 4 rooms, we should get only 3, but here I have a type also apartment, and of course here we get everything. So we get those 3 here, apartment. If I type here bungalow for the query string here, we get only the bungalow. So this logic is working as intended. The creating is working successfully. What else we have to try? Delete and update. Okay, I'm going to try here this defined. So here I'm going to copy this ID and like this. So we need to get the 4th room like this. Error cannot get room. Here we must have here find. So here room, find, and then the ID get. Okay, we get this here. Okay, let me try here to update it. So a put request without this find, and let's make the room 44444 something just to see that it is like this. 4444. Okay, then let's try here the update. So here okay, we have tried actually the update. What I'm doing, let's try the delete here. So I'm going to copy here the ID, delete, and send. Successfully deleted room. So let's see if we have actually deleted successfully. So browse collection, and we have only 3 rooms. So we have successfully deleted it. Nice. And the bug, we're going to test this here. We're going to test it in the front end. So all of those functions here work. And guys, this is for the backend. See you in the front end. Okay, so let's close here the files. And let's go here into our client folder, so cd client, and here let's initialize our React application, so npx create -react -app and a dot. Click enter and it will be initialized. Okay, our React application has been successfully initialized, and here while it was initializing, you see here I have an assets folder, so I get some images and put them in the folder, the assets folder. So you probably wonder how I can get those exact images. No problem. You can go here to the web dev mania, my GitHub repositories, travel up, and here inside the source, assets, and here you can get all those images. And usually what I do, I go here, copy that link, and I go to this URL. So, oops, not, wait. So download GitHub directory, download directory GitHub.io. And here you can paste it and you click enter and you see here downloading those files. So you see how it is working. This is a website that I personally use when I want to download something, and you see here I get it as a zip file. So you know, so I cancel because I already have the images, so I want to just show it for you guys. And this is how the final application looks like. So here this is the home page, and here residing place, what type of place you want. And here we have apartment, villa, penthouse, and bungalow. Here we get some random rooms here. Of course the photo is not of a room, but it's probably of the location, who knows. Okay, so in here we have to search. Okay, here let me go here back to the VS Code, close here the assets, and here let's install few of our dependencies, actually all of them. So npmi react icons, then react redux, then react router DOM, then redux persist, and then redux.js toolkit. So those will be our dependencies. So click enter and they will be installed. So while they are installing, let's make our folder structure for the client. So here the first part I do is delete those boilerplate files. So those 5 files that I have selected that are highlighted with blue, just delete them. And here go to the index.js, remove here the imports of those deleted files. Let's go here to the app.js, let's remove here those things, remove here that logo, and here let's remove this code. And here inside the source folder, let's make here a components folder. So we're going to make several components, and for each component we're going to have a separate folder, because a folder for that component is going to contain its JSX file and its CSS file. So here let's start. So about, then create those folders which are going to have components inside, then footer, home, login, navbar, sign up, suggested places, type detail. After the type detail we have here types, and those will be all of our folders inside the components. So let's make here for each folder a file, a JSX file, and a CSS file. So about.module.css. Here for the CSS, as you see, I am using the modules. Guys, it is vanilla CSS. If you have never encountered this thing, it is vanilla CSS. Just don't worry, you are going to understand everything. Okay, we have imported it, and if you wonder what is this thing here, that RFCE, this is an extension. So let's go here to extensions and ES7, where it is, yes, this one. So ES7 plus React Redux React Native snippets. Download this one with the plus 7 million downloads. You see here, it has plus 7 million downloads, so you know that it is this exact one. So download this, it's saving you tons of time. Okay, then here I close the about, then for the create again, the same procedure. Create.module.css. Here let's import it, import classes from / here, create.module.css. The same for the footer, so RFCE, then the CSS file. Let's go here, import classes from / footer.module. Then let's go here to the home, rfc home.module.css. Let's import it. It's kind of tedious, but we must do it, because otherwise how we should know which component we have and where it is. I mean, it is a lot of people do this before writing the code itself, so it's something that you're going to see. Then import classes from / here the module.css, and we are more than half already done, I think. Then for the navbar, CSS for the navbar, import classes from / navbar.module.css. Then for the signup.jsx rfc signup.module.css. Oops, import classes from / then suggested places .jsx rfc suggested places .module.css. We are almost ready, guys, bear with me. / and we have 3 more left, so we are almost ready. So type .jsx rfc type.module.css. Here import classes from / and we have 2 more left. Okay, so type detail.jsx rfce CSS file, type detail.module.css. so this is how you write CSS module files. You just write them with a .module. So import classes from host / here again rfce types module.css classes from / in here types.module.css. So finally we have written all of those files. Okay, let's go here to the main file, so app.js, and let's write here our routes. So import route from react router DOM, and here on the topmost we have the navbar. We are going to have a navbar regardless of on which route we are. Below, again, regardless of which route we are, we have the footer. So those two are present on every page, and then inside of them routes, and here the individual routes. So here path, here the login. So not the login, but here is the home route. So here home on the home route, then route path here for the create. So this is where we are going to create here the hotels, the rooms, I mean. Here create, then route path login. I'm going to provide timestamps here so you can skip on whatever section you want if you don't feel like watching the whole video, because it's going to be quite long. Then route path here / sign up element sign up. Oops, here I forgot here the closing tag, and we have 2 more routes here. So route path types, here type as a parameter. Here I forgot here the closing tag. Okay, oops, come on. Okay, like this, and here we have the type. Okay, then route path type detail id element, and here the last route finally type detail. But it is not auto suggested because I think I close it. When you don't have a file here open, you cannot auto import it. So I open it like this, remove the last letter here, and you see it pops up. So those are all of our routes, and in order to for React Router DOM to work, we need to wrap our application with browser router. So browser router, come on, browser router, and let's wrap our application like this. Okay, so right now our routes are going to work, and let's go here cd client npm run start. And while it is doing its thing, I'm going to go here to the backend to start our backend server. So cd backend npx node 1. Okay, so this is how right now our application looks like, and this is what we want our application to look like. So of course we have a long way to go, but don't worry guys, we're going to create it. I am with you, so don't worry. Okay, so the first part that I want to make is the navbar. So here navbar. Okay, we have already created the file. What I'm doing here, okay, so let's start. So here inside the navbar we have here the class name here of classes.container, then classes.wrapper, and here I'm going to have classes.left, and after the left of course we have a center side, and when you have a left and a center you have of course a right side. So inside the left side here I'm going to have here a link here. This link is from React Router DOM, so import it, and it is going to navigate us to the home page. So back to our home page, and here on H to here with the class name of title, and the title is going to be the channel name web dev mania. So this is only for our left side. You see it is quite simple. Then for the center side here we have UL, so UL classes.list, and here inside I'm going to have 4 list items. Inside them I'm going to have an anchor tag. So 4 list items and inside an anchor tag. This is how you can write like a shorter syntax those things. So you click enter and you see here a magic trick. Wow. Okay. Here a hashtag just, then hashtag about, hashtag services, and hashtag suggested. And here inside the AY I forgot to write here a class name, so you can select them all like this. So you click one and then Auth, another one, another one, another one. I'm on Windows, so here like this, classes.list item, and then here home, about, then services, and lastly here suggested. So this is for our center side. Then for our right side here I'm going to write here link for our login, whoops, and our sign up like this, and here too login, sign up. So this will be our right side, and I'm going to change the right side a little bit later, because when we are already logged in I don't want to see this login and this sign up. I want to see the create button and the logout button. So when we are not logged in we just see this, but if we are, of course we want to have another things here on the right side. Okay, so enough talking, let's go here to our CSS and let's start typing. So dot container is width of 100%, then height of 65 pixel, position of fixed, and I'm just going to close all of these files because they kind of annoy me. There are a lot of them. I can just do this, so close others. Okay, 150 IQ move, you know. Then left of 0, top of 0, and left of 0. Border bottom of 1 pixel solid, RGB 241, 184, 86, and 84. Those are the values for the RGB color. Then the index of 9999 and transition of 150 milliseconds. Oh, so before continuing, you see how it is looking. Of course we must style it a lot more than this, but before doing anything else, I forgot to go into the app.css. So here into the app.css to put some default styling. So I don't want any margin or padding by default from our elements. I want the box sizing to be of a border box, font family to be of Roboto and sans serif, then user select to be none, and scroll behavior to be smooth. So this Roboto font is not provided in CSS by default, so it takes literally 30 seconds. So Google fonts, into the search engine, click on this link here, and I'm just going to show you what you're going to see into the home page. You have never go into fonts.google. So you see here we are on the home route, and here the first one is Roboto. So you can obviously see it. So your Roboto, you click here, and here you have the different styles for the different boldness. Those with the plus are those that you can select, and those with the minus are those that you have already selected. So I have selected all of this here with the minus, as you see here. Okay, and when you select, like, you can select, remove, okay, when you are ready, you go on the top right corner here of view selected families, you click this here, and here you have that link here, this link tag. So you go here into the client public index.html, and you copy and you paste the things that you have copied. So those things here are from Google Fonts, and the last thing here is font family Roboto of sans serif, which we have already written here. So right now we're going to have a lot more beautiful font. As you see here, the font is completely different. Okay, so let me close here the app.css, and here I can do it like this. This is even better for you, so you can see what I'm styling like this. Okay, so then I digress. Let's go here and continue our styling. So dot wrapper is going to be here of padding left of 1 IRM, padding right of 1 IRM, then height of 100%, width of 90%, then margin of 0 auto to center our wrapper, display of flex, justify content of space between, and align items of center. So if we have written everything, let's go back here and to see how it is looking. Okay, this is how it is looking right now. Okay, then after the wrapper here, we write here flex. So left of flex 1, then center is again flex. Let me see here what. Okay, it's flex of 2. So left of flex 1, center of flex 2, and the right is again dot right flex 1. So if you don't know what this flex property means, it is basically going to divide our navbar into three separate sections, and 25% here. Wait, 25% are going to go here, 50% are going to go here, and 25% are going to go here, because those flexes 1 plus 2 plus 4 and is equal to 4. So 1 divided by 4 is 25%, and 2 divided by 4 is 50%. So you get the maths. It's not hard. I think it's not hard. If you are a developer, it's probably not hard, this kind of mathematics. Okay, so this is the thing that I wanted to show you. Okay, let's continue. So after this here, we're going to target here the anchor tag, and the anchor tag is going to have text decoration of none. So we don't have this underline here. Okay, then dot left the anchor tag, and inside the anchor tag we are going to style here the h2. So if you wonder what is this closing tag here looks like, it is basically the direct children. So in the left I target the left, and inside the left I want to target the direct anchor tag, which is this link here, and inside that link here I want to target the direct title. So this is what it means. If I do it like this, it does not work, because the left is not a direct parent of the h2. The link is a direct parent of the h2. So this is why we do it like this. Okay, then font size of 34 pixel, font weight of both, and color of EE9D06. So this will be our color. When we go here, you see it. Don't worry about this. We're going to give it margin and padding, and it is going to look amazing. Don't worry. if it's here right now. Don't worry, we're going to fix it later. Of course, it is not like this in our real application. Wait, it has been restarted. Okay, you saw it later. You saw how it looks. Okay, so this is for the H2. Then for the center side, display of flex, justify content of center. So right now you see it is here centered. Then I'm going to target .center.list, and it is going to receive a display of flex, align items of center, list style of none, and gap of 2 ARM. So right now you see how it is looking like. Okay, then .center.list and here .list item. And the difference between this syntax here and this syntax here, this is basically I want to target here inside the center whatever list is it here. So whatever child is it, so it can be third child, fourth child, it does not care how deep is it, but this means the first child, the direct child. I can do it like this here because the list here, the list is a direct children of the center, but it is not that important. But here it must be like this because the center is not a direct parent of the list item. The list item is 2 levels deep, so 1 level, 2 level. This is the second level here. Okay, and here text decoration of none, then font weight of 500, font size of 22 pixel, transition of 200 milliseconds, all cursor is going to be here of a pointer, and color of 222. So this for our list item. Let you see here how it is looking. Okay, but here the text decoration is not removed. Here I need to target here the anchor tag. So list item and the anchor tag text decoration of none. So right now, okay, it has text decoration of none, and the color here I need to write here color inherit like this. Okay, so right now it is as it's supposed to be. Okay, so the next part is here writing the hover effect. So list item, here the anchor tag, colon, hover, color is going to be this color here that I have specified for the H2, so EE9D06. So I can just copy and paste. And here we have a transition. So right now when I hover, you see how it is. But the transition is not applied, I think, because it's on the list item, which is this thing here, and not on the anchor tag. So I can get the transition and move it here. So right now it should work. Okay, so there is a very visible difference, at least in my monitor, of this. So right now it is slower and more elegant, if I can put it like this. Okay, so the next part here is writing for our right side. So our right side here is going to have, you know, flex 1, we have already written this, then display of flex. So you see here df is display of flex, this is an abbreviation, so df, click enter, display of flex, then justify content of flex send, so jcfe, click enter, then align items of center, which is aic, and then gap of 1.25 ARM. Okay, then dot right, here we target the anchor tags, where they are going to have text decoration of none, or is going to be of inherit, and font size of 22 pixel. And then here I'm going to give here some classes to our link. So here class name is going to be here classes of login, and then of course classes dot sign up. So here inside those links you just put some class name here. You see, login for the login and sign up for the sign up. Okay, and here the login, I'm going to target it directly like this. It's going to have, I already written text decoration of none, so outline of none, border of 1 pixel, solid transparent, color of white, background color is going to be here of EE9D06, padding of 0.5 on top and bottom, and left and right of 1.5 ARM, font size of 20 pixel, font weight of both, so FW, both, click enter, and font weight of both pops up. then border radius of 20 pixel. After the border radius, a cursor of pointer, and transition of 150 milliseconds. Oh, so you see here how it's looking, and why it is still a black color, I don't get it. I'm going to check it later. Is it because of the color inherit? I'm going to remove this color inherit. So guys, remove this color inherit here. Okay, like this. And of course, the login hover effect. So the hover effect here is background color of FFF. So a white color of this color here. So this color here for the text color, and for the border color, the same color here. So right now you see how it's looking. Okay. And the sign up, I'm just going to leave the sign up like this because I like it. It's more elegant. I can just give it here some changes when it's covered. So dot sign up, hover, color is going to be, let's say, 444, and let's put here the transition for the sign up transition of 150 milliseconds. Oh, so, and here I want some default color because, like, let's say 000, which is a black color. So black color, and you see here a slight change. I can even make it to 555 to be even more grayish. So it's just some elegant text change. Okay, so we have still something in our navbar, because you see here right now how I can make this. Wait, I want to make it the home here. Just want to show you something. So let's make here the sound to height 150 VH, just to have a scroll bar. This is the only purpose that I do this, just for the scroll bar. So here you see here the scroll bar, it is fixed, so it is staying here, but I want to change the color when it is doing. But before doing this, I'm not going to change it right now. I want to write first the about page, and then we are going to get what do I mean. So here the about page is going to be quite interesting, I would say. So let's go here to the about page, and you're going to see what do I mean, because without the about page I cannot give you an example. So here, let's go here to the about page. So right now you see how it's looking. Okay, but about page here, it's going to here be a section with the ID of about. And you are right now, web dev manual, what is this syntax here? Why is not a div but section with the about? Because here in the anchor tags I have provided here hashtag and about, and those things is only connected here with this ID like this. And I think it should be a section. I'm not 100%, but I see everyone does it like this with the section ID. So write it like this, guys. And here dot classes dot wrapper, and here inside that wrapper here I'm going to have here dot classes image wrapper, and inside the image wrapper you probably guess here I'm going to have here an image of source, image one, and an empty auth tag. So let's import here this image. So image one from dot slash assets slash image one. If I refresh here, why I cannot see it? We're going to, do I have an error here? I don't have an error. We're going to check it later, don't worry. Then inside here I'm going to have here classes.titles, and inside the titles here an h5 with the classes.subtitle your dream vacation awaits you for the subtitle. Then h2 classes.title book now for, inside this we have a span for 20% off and an exclamation mark. And I know why the image does not pop up here, because I forgot here to import it into the home. Such a silly mistake, I would say. So here we import here the about, and right now you see this image is super big, and you see here the background color changes because we don't have a background color for the navbar. It is transparent, and our background color is by default a white color. That's why it was white. But right now it is the same color here as the image here. So right now, when I scroll here, I want it to be changed to white, right? Because right now it's transparent. Okay, let me go here back to the about, and we are ready here with the titles. Then here dot classes input container, and inside that input container here we have an here it is inputs. So guys, inputs container with the s, so it's a plural form, and here input container singular form, and here inside that input container here I have a span here type, and here gi palm3, it is an icon as you see here, and I'm going to give here a class name of classes.icon. Then select here like this, and here select the first option here is going to be without a value, so I'm going to remove this and write disabled just to have some message here. Select type, and here for the options I'm going to have 4 other options, so 1 2 3 4, in total 5, but 4 of them are going to be with value. So here apartment, then I want to have viewer, then penthouse, and lastly here bungalow. And here for the value the same here text but lowercase, so apartment, viewer, penthouse, and bungalow. Okay, this is for the first input container. Then let's start with the second input container. So it is sending this here, so below this if classes not input container, and below here span first day be happy, in here class name classes.icon, so here the icon and again the text, and below here we have an input of text here placeholder type date ... on change here, and here set start date e.target.value. So this is going to be here for is going to be a type of a date here, but I'm going to make it a type of a text that I'm going to show you later why. So this for the first day, and here some state. So I can then make another, so classes.input container, and here span last day FA umbrella beach, and here I'm going to have class name not classes.icon, in here input, and here again the same placeholder, and here I'm just going to copy here the same event, but here the state is going to be set and date, and here below this div here, below that last input container div, I'm going to have a button with the class name of book btn search on click, and here handle search. Okay, I'm just going to create here this function here, so const handle search here like this, just to not have an error. And here I'm going to create here the states, and here into the select, of course I need to have a state. I don't know how I missed it, so on change here an event here and set type to e.target.value, and with the e.target.value I'm going to get those exact value here that I have provided. So let's make the state here, just a second. Okay, so const type set type is equal to use state. Okay, then const start date set start date is equal to use state, const end date set end date is equal to use state, and here like this. Okay, and for the handle search we're going to define that function a little bit later, because I want to have some Redux and some other stuff, and right now I don't have Redux, so I'm just going to leave it like this to avoid any error. Don't worry, I'm going to have the Redux made in just a few minutes. I just want to finish this about. So let me see how it is looking. Oh, of course I need to import the icons, of course. So import g palm3 from react icons gi, then I need to import another image, so import bi happy from react icons bi. So you see here the extension bi gi import fa umbrella peach from React icons fa, and we have imported the icons. So where are the inputs? Okay, so you see how are they. Okay, let's go into our CSS and let's make this look amazing. So about.module.css, here .container, so .container height is going to be here of calc 100 vh minus 65 pixels. So web dev manual, why 65 pixel? It's so random. Here the height is 65 pixel, so this is why. It is basically the entire page but without the navbar height, and then width of 100%. Okay, then wait, I almost forgot to make this more to make this better for you to see what I'm styling. So here dot wrapper is going to be height of 100%, width of 100%, and position of relative, like this. Then dot image wrapper is going to be position of absolute, width of 100%, and height of 90%, and overflow here of hidden. Then image wrapper, here we target the image, width of 100%, height of 100%, and object fit of cover. So right now you see how it is looking. Don't worry, we're going to make it look amazing soon. Okay, so this is here for the image. Let's go here below to the title. So dot titles here, position absolute, top 20%, and left 10%, like this. So I position it like this. Then dot titles, and here the subtitle. The subtitle is going to receive color of EF, and then font weight of 500 and font size of 38 pixel. Titles, then title color of EF, the basically the same color, but font weight is going to be both, and font size of 70 pixel. Then dot titles, the title, and here the span, which is this thing here. So book now for 20% off, this thing here. And the color here is going to be of color RGB, so 201, then 136, and then 15. So like this. Okay, but I wonder why the image is behaving like this. So here I have provided width of 100%, height of 90%, width here of the same values. Let me check just for a second if I have written something wrong. I have written everything correctly. Probably we're going to see it later pop up when I written the other stuff, so don't worry. Okay, so the next thing is here the input container. So dot input container, in here position of absolute, then top of 47%, then left of 8%, oops, then display of flex, align items of center, gap of 36 pixel, padding of 1.25 IRM top and bottom, and left and right of 4 IRM, background color of white, then border radius of 6 pixel, and padding right of 2.5 IRM. Okay, so this for the inputs container here. Then we start the individual input container. So input container are going to receive here a font, a display of flex direction of column, and then gap of 24 pixel. Okay, then we start here the input container. I start here the select, which is the select here. So it is going to receive here a padding of 0.2 on top and bottom, and on left and right of 0.6 IRM. Then background color of F7. This is the background color. Then color of RGB 230, 154, 13. This is the RGB color. Then the font size of 16 pixel, font weight of both, border of none, then border of 1 pixel, solid orange, oops, come on. then outline of none and border radius of 12 pixel like this. So I'm just going to refresh the page here, and I don't see anything. We're going to see it later, and we have few other styles here. So dot input container is going to be here inside the span, color of 333, then font size of 22 pixel, text align of left, then display of flex, align items of center, and gap of 12 pixel, and margin left of 6 pixel. Input container span, in here icon with the class name of course, color of RGB 201, 136, 15, and here font size of 26 pixel. Okay, then here we have the input container, and here the input here, which is going to have outline of none, border of none, border bottom of 1 pixel solid 777, then font size of 18 pixels. So okay, you see how they're looking, but why the image is so small? Here guys, after some minutes of debugging, the mistake is super silly. Here into the section I forgot here to type the class name classes.container. This was the entire thing that was missing our about page. So here I have some, why do I get here some error? Oops, let me check here. Default set type, module build failed, unexpected token. What is the unexpected token right now? Here I have, okay, so React icons FA. Okay, so right now you see here how is the image positioned, how all these things are positioned here. So the only thing here left as I see here is the button. So let me go here back to where I was. So into the VS Code. In here, the last thing that I have written on the styles was for the input. So okay, then the next here, actually we have another one before the input, so before the button, which is the input here, input container, input placeholder, and here padding left of 0.25 IRM. Then book btn here, outline of none, border here 1 pixel solid transparent, then padding of 1 IRM, top and bottom, and left and right of 3 IRM, then background color of RGB here 201, 136, and here 15 for the background color, then color of white, text color of white, border radius of 30 pixel, then font size of 22 pixel, and cursor of pointer. Book btn 2 dots hover, background color of white, then color here of RGB, and again the same color here, so 201, 136, and 15 for the text color, and then border color the same color as the text color. So again RGB here 201, the same color. So if I go here and I hover, you see how it is looking, and here why it is not targeted, I just want to see. So if I make it like this, we would be targeted. It should be on focus. Okay, so here when it's focused, to dots placeholder. So you see here, but it's right now instant. I don't like it like this, and here we need to provide transition to don't make it instant. So here make it focus, and here provide transition like this, and here why it's not that smooth if I make it like this. I know why. So input to dots focus, and then here we need to provide the transition, so it is only when focused, right? Okay, I'm not sure why this transition doesn't work. It's not that important. So okay, we are ready here. So let me close those files and let me go here to the navbar, because you know I told you, just let me open here the styling sheets and I'm going to explain. So When you scroll here, whoops, when you scroll here, I want this background color to change. I don't want it transparent. I want it only transparent on the exact top of the page. So here, if you wonder why I have scroll bar here, is because I put here on suggested places height of 200 VH. This is only because I want a scroll bar, nothing more. I'm going to remove this after I'm done, and I write that when I stopped the video. So don't worry, this is 200 VH just for the scroll bar, nothing else. So I'm just going to close it, and here I'm going to type the piece of code in order to change the background color when we scroll. So first we need to have a state, so is scrolled, set is scrolled is equal to useState false. Oops, like this, and I want here to close this, of course, so like this. And here window.onScroll here is equal to a little function here, set is scrolled here, window.pagey offset is equal to 0, and if that is equal to 0 here we have false, but if it's more than 0 I'm going to have here a true. This is what this logic means. And after this here I'm going to return this cleanup function, so window on scroll is equal to no. Okay, and here I'm going to type here dot scroll, so dot scroll, but where is this scroll class? Of course I want this to be a template string here, the curly braces and a $sign. So we're going to have the classes.container if we're scrolling or we're not scrolling. This is, we must have this, but here the other one, again a $sign and curly braces, here is scrolled, and if that's true here we have classes.scrolled like this. So here it should be scrolled. So if that is true we have this class name here, and this here is this class name. So if I go back here and I click on the inspect here, you see here how right now it's false, so we don't have anything, but if I start to scroll, whoops, navbar closed. If I go here to the top we have nothing, and you see here it is working. So here we need to provide the logic here, not the logic but the CSS I meant. So let's go back here to the VS Code and let's start typing here. So background color is going to be of a white color, then here box shadow is going to be here, box shadow of -5 pixel, 5 pixel, 19 pixel RGBA, and here before the RGBA again -5 pixel RGBA 0.08, so like this. And here I'm just going to copy and paste it 2 more times. Here I have it for the WebKit -box, or just like this, WebKit and hyphen. In here for the MOS, so this is for the different browsers, that's why I do it like this. So this is the same box shadow, but here we just have this prefix here. So right now you should see what do I mean, and right now it is working. You see here transparent, here I start to scroll, it changes. So this is working as intended. Okay, so the next here function, not function, my bad, but the component here is, just a second, here the types. So I'm going to close this here and open the types. So here I have class name here of classes.container, then classes.wrapper, and you know here it must be a section. I almost forgot here. So section, here an ID, and here of services, because here you know in the navbar we have here services. This is for the types. Okay, so then classes.titles, then an h5 with the class and h5 with the class name of subtitle, and here a residing place for the h5. Then for the h2 classes dot title, and here what type of place you want. Okay, this for the titles. Then below the titles here classes dot types, and here we need to fetch some data. So here I want to fetch the types and how many of the types I have, but we didn't write this endpoint, so we need to write another one. So let's go here back into the backend. It is just a very simple function, don't worry. So here into the room controller, and here just let me see here from the code where it is. So here, yes, okay, so room controller dot get, in here find, here slash types, in here async request response, in here a try catch block. So for the catch block here we have the console.error message. In here const apartment is equal to await room.find, in here type apartment, in here dot count documents. The count document here is basically getting the length of our documents. So we're going to get how many apartment type we have here inside, and I can just copy paste it, and it is basically here the same for the viewer, then for the penthouse, and for the bungalow. This is the 4 types that we're going to have here. And then of course we return here. So return response status of 200.json here, apartment, viewer, penthouse, bungalow. Okay, and here it's apartments. I had a typo. Okay, so here let me go here back to the types. Just a second here to see it on my other monitor. Okay, so here we must fetch them. So here let's make here const types, set types is equal to u state here an array, an empty array initially, and here use effects like this. In here I provide no dependency, so empty dependency. In here const fetch types is equal to async here an arrow function, and here a try catch block. So inside the catch block here again console error, and here for the try here I have const response is equal to await fetch http localhost 5000 room find types. This is the endpoint, you know. And here headers, in here authorization, and here you remember bearer token. And right now how I can get the token? I cannot get it from anywhere. So here from the postman I'm just going to copy this token here just to provide it as a hard-coded value. You never do this in a real application. I repeat, you never do it like this, or even like this. Just I'm gonna make it like this as a variable here because it's super long. So here a string. You never do it in a real application. I'm going to make here a login page and a register page just in a second, but right now I'm going to make it like this just to show you. And here const types is equal to await response.json, and here let's console log the types. And of course we should call here the function like this. Okay, let me go here back, inspect, and here if I refresh, access to fetch at origin from course policy. Okay, this is perfect. I know how to fix this error, but this is a very common error. So if you have encountered this error, right now we are going to see here a fix. So here terminal cd backend npm i course. We just need to install course. So here npm i course, and let me go here to the index.js, and here let's import it. So const course is equal to require course, and here above everything API use course like this. This is the only thing that we need to do. And if I refresh here the page, right now it is making the request. We don't have an error still, but is it returning? Let me check here. So cast to object ID field types value at model room. Let me go here to the book. So find by ID here. Wait, where is it here? So find type. What is the error here, I may ask? So case to object ID field for value for type string path I. So here it is find. You know guys why it is happening like this, because here we have here find and a parameter, and here a find and hard-coded value. So if we have this function, it must be above the other one. So just copy paste, and here we must have it above the other one, because here that parameter catches it. So right now if I refresh here the page, right now we should get no error, and voila, we don't have any error here. We have apartment 3, viewer 0, penthouse 0, and bungalow 0. So as I told you, everything is working as we expected. Let's go back here to the VS Code, here to the types. Let me close here the index.js, and here let's save it. So here set types, and here the types that we get. Okay, and then here, you know, the types is an object, it is not an array, it is just an object. So in order to map it, I'm going to make it like this. So I'm just going to console log it before, so object.entries here, and here types. So if I refresh here the page, we're going to get back an array of arrays. So apartment 3, view 0, penthouse 0, bungalow 0. So with this here, with that type of parsing here, I am able to do this. So object.entries here, the types, and here dot map here, double parentheses, then curly braces, key value. So this is how you can structure things from an array. And then here an instant return with the parentheses, and you see here parentheses, parentheses, and then curly braces. So you see here and here inside we have here a link. So here a link, I just want to import it from React Router. So link from React Router DOM, like this, in here too, and here a dynamic here link. We're going to make here a dynamic link. So curly braces here, and why? Wait, I just want to, okay, so like this, and here curly braces, template string, and here types, here types slash here key, like this, and here for the key the actual key here, I'm going to provide here a key and plus the value just to make it unique, like this, and here class name here classes.type, like this. So you see how I have written this dynamic here, like this, like this. Okay, and inside here I'm going to have classes.image wrapper, and for the image wrapper here I'm going to provide a static image from the assets. Of course, for the rooms I'm going to have dynamic images, but right now for the types I'm just going to provide some static image. It's not that important, so that's why I'm going to do it like this. So image assets, in here I'm going to get some random image, so like this, image 7, I got image 7. In here inside that image here, image here source, out here like this, in here below a span here with key and then value. So right now let me see how it is looking. So if I close it, you see, oof, this image is very big. So of course we should go to our styling sheets, and we go here to style. So here inside the VS Code, let me open it like this. Okay, so let's start here. So first again we start here with the dot container, and here height 100%, then width 100%, margin top of 5 IRM, then padding bottom of 5 IRM, then margin bottom of 15 IRM. Okay, then here dot wrapper here is going to receive a height of 100%, width of 90%, and margin of 0 auto. Then titles are going to be display of flex direction of column, align items of center, justify content of center, gap of 12 pixel, and lastly here for the titles, margin bottom of 4 IRM. Then for the titles here, for the title subtitle here, it is going to be color of 333 for a hex color, font size of 22 pixel, and font weight of 500. Okay, then here the next here is the main title, so dot titles here, and here a title which is going to be here, font size of 36 pixel, font weight of both, and color of RGB 201, 136, and 15 pixel. Then dot types are going to be display of grid, then grid template column, repeat for min max 0 1 fr. So we're going to have 4 columns here, or I'm going to make it 3. So we're going to have 3 columns, and then minimum value will be 0, so nothing, or 1 fraction, so 1/3 of the page. In here I'm going to have here dot type here is going to be position relative, and here border radius here of 15 pixel, like this. And here you see guys here, I made a mistake. So here for the thing that is wrapping call is types, but here it is again types. So here guys, remove that s here. So this s here, you see on the link, remove it on the link, the s, I repeat. Okay, then here, before doing anything else, I just want to see how it's looking. Of course we should style the image here again. I have not, so let's go to the image. So like this, just to see what I'm styling. So image wrapper, and here the image wrapper is going to receive height of 300 pixel, width of 100%, position of relative, and then overflow of hidden. Then image wrapper, and here image width of 100%, height of 100%, object fit of cover, then position relative, and transition of 150 milliseconds all. And here image wrapper, image two dots hover scale 1.1. Oops, so let's go here right now, and you see here when I hover, this effect is here. It looks very beautiful. Okay, so let's continue. Oops. Then here below the image wrapper and the image hover, I want to start here the span, which is this thing here. So position absolute, bottom 0, left is here of 0, color of white. Oops, here I have an extra space. So color white, font size of 20 pixel, background color of RGB 201, 136, 15 pixel, then padding of 0.75 rm on top and bottom, and left and right of 1.5, and here border radius of 0, 8 pixel, 0, 0. So this is for top left, top right, bottom left. So you see right now how it's on the bottom, on the top left here. Okay, but here actually I want to make it on 4 columns. So here repeat 4. Let me see here how it's right now. Repeat 4, and here, so change here the columns to 4, and here I want some gap. So column gap is going to be of 1 rm. Let me see right now how it's looking. Okay, I'm going to make it 1.25 even. So right now you see here, and you know this is dynamic value. If I make right now a viewer, and I am going to show you right now. So here post, and here let's make here a viewer, in here like this. So if I click send, in here right now you see viewer is 0. If I refresh the page, it's going to be 1. As I told you, it's dynamic. So you see here, I'm not lying to you, I'm completely honest. Viewer is 1. Okay, so let me see here. Then the next page here, I think, is here the suggested places. So let's go here to the suggested places, the next page here. But I suggest to you, okay, I'm going to remove this thing here, but instead of the suggested places, you see here we have here some interaction with the token. We have here the login and sign up. You see where it is heading us to. We want to make the authentication pages before doing anything else, because the authentication and all of other things are making our application. So even though the suggested places is here below this one, so the suggested places it should be here, I suggest to you that we make the login and the sign up page or the register page. It is the same thing. So here, let me go here to the, let me close here, and let's go here to the login. So here, just going to close them, and when I make the login and the Redux for the login, then we are going to head back into everything else, because we must have the login, register, and the Redux, the authentication Redux. So here the login, and let's start the login. So here class name classes.login container, then .classes.login wrapper, and here classes.login left side, like this. And for the left side here, I'm just going to have an image. So here image, oops, here image source is going to be here of image, and here class name is going to be here of classes.left image, like this. This for the left side here, just an image, and here classes.login right side. So this is the right side. And the right side first is going to have an h2 with classes.title. So here login, and below the h2 title here I'm going to have here a form. Oops, form like this, and the form is going to receive here a class name here of classes.login form. Okay, then for the form, beside the form here I'm going to give here input of email, because we register with a username, email and password, but here we are inside login, not register. Inside the login we just need only an email and a password, just those two things. Here an email, and here I'm going to type a placeholder, which is placeholder type email ... like this. Then I have an input here with the password type, and here I'm going to remove those things, and here a placeholder of type password ... like this. Okay, and below this here I'm going to have a button of class name here of login, and here I want it classes.submit btn like this. And here below the form I want to have something. So here error, and if we have an error here I want to notify the client. So here a div here with the class name of error message, and here wrong credentials, try different ones. So this here, as you see, is exactly for this, for the error. So let's go here to make the states and the logic. So here I'm going to have here const email, set email, use state here, an empty use state, then const password, set password here is equal to use state here, and here I'm going to have const error, set error is equal to use state dot false, then const dispatch is equal to use dispatch, and const navigate is equal to use navigate. So let's import both of them. So one of them, the dispatch here, the use dispatch, is from React Redux, and the navigate here, the use navigate, is from React Router DOM. So React Router DOM, React Redux. Okay, and here I have the function, so const hello login, which is an async function which is taking the event. So let me attach here this function. So on submit here, hello login like this, and here I have the state. So here it's a good thing of course to make the on change here for the state. So event here set email e.target.value, and here the same for the password. So on change here, so set password e.target.value like this. Okay, and for the handle login here, of course the first thing that I should write here is the event.prevent default, because the default behavior in browsers, the form here, the default behavior of form is to refresh the page after submit, and I don't want the page to be refreshed. That's why I do it. Okay, so here a try catch, and here set error is true, and I'm going to set the timeout of the error to false after 2.5 seconds. So if we have an error, we're going to display this message for 2.5 seconds, and this is why it's 2.5 seconds, because it's in milliseconds here. 1000 milliseconds is 1 second. So here set error false. So this means the error is initially true if we have an error, and then it's going to be again reverted to false after 2.5 seconds. Okay, and here const response is equal to await fetch here http localhost 5000 auth login, and here headers, and we have here content type application JSON. This is because the data will be sent in the JSON format. That's why we need to specify this. Then the method is going to be here of post, and then body is going to be here JSON stringify email and password. Okay, and then here const data is equal to await response.json, and you remember what we get here as a data bug. If I go here to the Auth Controller, the data that we get here is the username, the user itself, not the username only, the user itself here inside the orders, and the JWT token. So this is the JWT token and the user data. And here I want to dispatch here a login here with that data and navigate here to the home page. But you probably wonder, okay, WebDev Mania, how and why and what is this dispatch and this login here? This is for Redux, guys, and I want to have Redux because I'm going to use the token and the user inside our whole application. It's not something that is component specific. I'm going to use this logic inside all of our application. And if you know, and if you don't know, I'm going to explain to you. The global variables, the global state, to say, it must be in Redux. It's not a must to be in Redux, but in a state management system, and it happens. And it happens that the Redux is the most popular. It is the one that I use. Okay, so let's make here inside the source directory. So here the source directory, and here Redux, not in the components, inside the source. In here let's make store.js, and here auth.swice.js. So one store is basically combination of different slices, and you combine those different slices to make the store, and each slice contains individual state and individual functions to change the state, data code reducers. So I'm going to write and show you by example what do I mean. So here import create slice from Redux.js toolkit, and then const initial state is equal to here, and the initial state for us is just user no and token no. This is our initial state. And here export const auth slice is equal to create slice, and here name auth. So this will be our name here for our slice. Then initial state is our initial state. It is basically like this, so initial state, but because the name is the same, I can remove it, you know, ES6 syntax. And here reducer. So right now some people get confused on what are reducers. This is so simple. Reducers are functions that change the state, basically this, and the state is this thing here. So functions, reducer functions are things that change this here. Wow, so complex, I know. Okay, let's start with the first one. So we have login. So here login, state and action, and here like this. Or actually it's not an arrow function, it's like this. I think it's an arrow function like this. Okay. And here, why do I have an error? I don't get it. It should be like this. Okay, right now I have no error, so like this, just parentheses and curly braces. Okay, so the state is this thing here. So we have access to the state like this. That's our first parameter. And here the action, you see here inside the login, this is the things inside the action, the data that we have provided here. So state.user is equal here to action.payload.others, and here state.token is equal to action.payload.token. So the payload is the thing that we send. So action.payload here is the thing here, that data. This is the action.payload, and here we access it like this. So others and token, basically action.payload is an object. Okay, so this for the login. Then the register is actually the same, so I'm just going to copy and paste. The register is basically the same here. And the last one here is the logout. The logout is going to have just the state here like this, and it is going to make the state.user to know, state.token is going to be again to know, and local storage, we're going to clear here the local storage like this. This is clearing all of the local storage. And here we just need to export some things. So here export const login register logout, and here auth.swice.actions like this, and then we export here the auth.swice reducer. So don't confuse those with this one. The auth.swice is here our state here, and those are our reducers function. I know it's confusing. here reducer function, and here the state here. So let's go here to the store.js and let's start typing some things. But I suggest to you guys that you go to the GitHub and copy. Let's go here to our GitHub. So here, inside the client, source, Redux, Auth, and here let's, not here Auth, my bad, but store.js. So go to store.js. Store.js, you see here store.js. Here copy everything, and we are going to remove just one thing. Don't worry. So paste everything, and you see here inside the reducers here, remove the search slides here. This thing here, remove it. So select and remove. And it is imported, so remove the import statement here as well. So those two things we just need to remove. For now, we are going to, of course, make the search slides later. Okay, so image and login is not defined, of course. So here, let's go here to our login. Let's import here this thing here from Redux Auth. And what else? The image, of course, the image. So import image from /assets/image7. So right now I want to go to my login route. So here inspect. Let me see what's the problem. If I again refresh the page, I know the mistake, don't worry. So here we need to go to the index.js, and here we need to wrap our whole application. So provider here, we import provider from React Redux, and here we wrap our whole application, and then persist gate, this is from React persist, Redux persist, not React persist. And here inside the provider here, store, inside the curly braces, store. We're just going to import it in a second. In here, persistor is equal to curly braces persistor. Okay, so I suggest you that we import the things. So here, import persistor and store from /redux store, like this. And here we need to import the persist gate, but okay, we have already imported it actually, my bad. And here, when we refresh, okay, right now everything is here. So you see here the navbar, we're going to take care of it. I'm going to show you one trick that I do. So just wrap with those two things, import, and here just paste here the values. Okay, let's close here the index.js, and here I suggest to you that we go here to the login.css. So here, like this, and let's start. So here, .login container. Wait, I want you to see everything here. The JSX. So login container height is going to be 100 VH with 100 VW. Then display of flex, justify content of center, align items of center, background color of RGB 205, 134, 134, and 2, the last value. Then position is going to be absolute, top 0, left is going to be 0, and the index of 99999. So I'm going to make a comment, 5 nines, or like this. So 5 nines. And you see here it is taking everything, but this image is taking more than 100 view height and view width. We are going to take care of the image right now. So here, the next thing that we need to style before the image is just the wrapper. So login wrapper, it is going to be border radius of 20 pixel, width of 45 VW, then height of 60 V height, then display of flex direction. I'm not sure if you have seen this row reverse. This is basically making our left side on the right and our right side on the left side. So you are going to see. And then align item center and justify content of center. This is for the login wrapper, and then of course the image. So the left side first and then the image. So left side flex of 1, half of the width and 100% of the height, like this. Then dot left image here, width of 100%, height of 100%, and object fit of cover for the image. So right now, okay, you see the image is here on the left side, but it is on the right side. This is because, as I told you, of the row reverse. Right now you see here, if I remove it, it's going to be the opposite. You see right now it's the opposite, but I want it to be reversed. Okay, like this. And then after the left image here, I'm going to write here the right side. So login right side here, and it's going to receive margin of 0, flex of 1, background color of FFF, then height of 100%, width of 100%, overflow here of hidden, and color of FFF, like this. Okay, then login right side here, the H2, which is going to receive a text align of center, font size of 36 pixel, color of orange, and then margin of 2.5 rem on top and bottom, and 0 on left and right. So you see here how it is here, the margin from top and here from the bottom. Okay, then here the next is the form. So login form is going to receive margin top of 5 rem, then display of flex direction of column, then justify content of center and gap of 32 pixel, like this. Then login form, the input here is going to be outline of none, border of none, border bottom of 1 pixel, solid 333, then width of 50%, padding left of 0.25 rem, padding bottom of 1.25 rem, and transition of 150 milliseconds, all easy in out. Let's see. Okay, then the login form input focus, padding left of 0.75 rem. So when you focus, you see here how we have this effect here. Okay, then the next here is the submit btn. So login form dot submit btn, and the submit btn is going to be margin top of 2.5 rem, then outline of none, border of 1 pixel solid transparent, padding of 0.5 on top and bottom, and 1 on left and right, then background color of orange, color of FFF, font weight of 500, font size of 20 pixel, border radius of 20 pixel, and cursor of pointer here. Okay, this for the submit btn, then again the submit btn here, but the hover effect. So the submit btn hover, in here border color of orange, color of orange, and background color of white. So FFF, this is the white color. Then login form, and here we target the paragraph, which is this here. Wait, have I written the paragraph? No, I think I missed that paragraph. Wait, just a second. Oh yes, I have missed it. So below the button here, I'm going to make the styling sheets like this. In here, the paragraph below the btn. So this paragraph here is going to be don't have an account. In here, link to sign up. So this is basically if you don't have an account, just to sign up, because you don't have an account, how you can log in without an account. Okay, so this is the paragraph that I want to show you guys. Okay, and here like this, and let's start. So the paragraph is going to be text align of center, then color is going to be here of black, display of flex direction of column, justify content of center, like this. Of course, I think the submit button should be a little bit smaller, of course, like 8%. Okay, we're going to center those things right now, just in a second. And then here, the login form is going to the login form paragraph, and then the anchor tag. So this link here is going to be here of text decoration of none, font size of 18 pixel, and color of blue. Okay, then here error message is going to be of height of 70 pixel, width of 250 pixel, text align of center, border radius of 20 pixel, line height 1.5 IRM, then background color is going to be of red, color of white, position is going to be absolute, top 5 frame and right of 5 frame. Okay, and here the login form, why it's not centered? So if I write like this, okay, right now it is centered, so it should be align item center, like this, align item center. So right now it is centered, and I want to make the button even smaller, not like this, I want to make it like this. Okay, so right now it looks amazing here, the login. And here, what else do I have here? Have I written the entire logic? I think I have, so nothing stops us from trying. Okay, so here, console log data. In here, console, I already made user for gmail.com, and here the password 123 123. So you click login here, so it refreshed. Why it refreshed here? Wait, I want to try again. User for gmail.com 123 123. Unquoting promise. Have I started my server? Wait. DB is successfully connected. Okay, I want to try to log in from here. So Auth login. Here where it is post, yes, and here I want to revert like this. So user for sent, and yes, it is working. Our server has been running. So here we have something wrong. Let me see here. We have the email and password, Auth login here, content type application JSON. Let me try again. So gmail.com user for 123 123. From why it is refreshing like this, I really wonder. So unquoting promise, wait. So here we have the handle login, we have attached it on the on submit, and here is the btn should be type of submit. Is that the problem here? User for gmail.com 123 123. It's not that the problem. Let me check here from the code that I have written here where it could be the problem. Guys, you will not believe what was the mistake. I forgot here a nil. It was just a typo. The logic is correct 100%. Here just a nil. I feel very silly. Okay, so let's try again. Here let's go to the console. Oops, I want to make it like this. So here user for gmail.com that user that I have created in the backend. Here click login, and here wow, everything pops up. So if it was a success, you see we are navigated to the home page. Let's see here our local storage from React persist, and here oops, I want to make it wait like this. Yes, so user, the ID here, the username user for email, the user for Gmail is admin false, it is false, and the token. So you see here the token and the user information is saved here successfully in our local storage. Everything was correct, just add another L here. You see here that L here. This was really silly mistake. Okay, so we are ready with the login, and you know, after the login function, you know what waits us. It is the sign up function. The logic is 95% the same, so let's go. We have already created a file, so let me make it like this. So class name here, can I just copy it? I'm just going to copy it because it's going to be mostly similar. Or actually, okay, let's don't copy it. I'm going to write it to you guys. I know that people don't like copy pasting that much, so I'm going to stick with you. So here again, you know, container, and it is going to be not container, but sign up container, like this. Sign up container, lowercase, sign up container. So sign up and then uppercase container, like this. Okay, then classes dot sign up wrapper, and then classes dot left sign up left side, like this. And here again we have an image, so source image, in here an empty auth tag. Then here we have classes dot sign up right side, and here an h2 with the class name of title, and it is sign up the title. Then below here we have a form, and the form of course have a class name of classes dot sign up form like this. And here inside we have three inputs. So input text, so this is for the username, so placeholder here is going to be type username, and I will just copy paste again. So here it is email, and here password. So here type email, and here type password. And below the last input here I have a button which is with the class name of classes submit btn sign up like this. And below here a paragraph already have an account question mark, and here a link from React Router DOM to login, and here login. So if you already have an account, I don't see the point of registering. A lot of websites have this thing here. And here below the form, I'm going to copy paste this thing because it's literally one-on-one the same. So this error message here below the form, just copy paste it from the login. It is one-on-one the same, literally one-on-one. Okay, let's declare our state. So here above the return statement here, const username set username is equal to useState, then const email set email is equal to useState, and again an empty string, and then the same for the password. So password set password, and it is useState an empty string like this. And below here we have the error. Of course, I almost forgot here the error set. So error is equal to useState, and by default, you know, it is false. Below the error here we have to declare the navigate variable. So navigate, use navigate, and the dispatch, use dispatch. Okay, they are both auto imported as you see here. And here let's declare our handle register function. So it is going to be again an async function, and let's copy it, and let's go here to the on submit here, and let's paste it like this. So our handle register, you know, is going to be a lot similar to our handle login. So let's start here. Again, the first is event.prevent default. Here no typos, event prevent default. Here a try catch block, console error.error, and here of course above it set error to true, and set timeout here for 2.5 seconds. Set error is going to be here of false like this. So here we set the error again to true, and then we revert it back to false after 2.5 seconds. So for the try block here, const response is equal to await fetch http ://localhost 5000 the port auth register. And here headers, and here an object, so content type application JSON, below method of post, and then body JSON stringify, and here username, email, and password. So I know that I type quite fast, guys. So this is what I type. So headers method, and then the body.json stringify like this. And here const data is equal to await response.json. So here await response.json, and of course then dispatch register. You know, the register function here I auto imported it from the auth slice. So here the register, it is basically the same as login, but I want them to have different names. Okay, and lastly here, if it's a success, let's navigate again to the home page. So image not defined, of course image not defined, so import image from /asset/image. Let's pick something random, let's say 5. It doesn't matter. Okay, so let's go here to the inspect application, and you know that user for gmail.com, I will remove it here like this. And let's go here to the sign up. Oops, you see how right now it's looking. So let's go here to the styling sheets, and let's go. But you notice that the logic here is the same. I told you that I don't like copy pasting, but I will copy paste because it is exactly the same. So let's go here, copy paste here from the login, paste, and here the only thing that we need to change here is, you see here login, here just select here the login, Control D, and then D till everything is selected, and here just sign up. It is basically it, nothing else. And here the image here I see it is a different class name, so it is, whoops, wait, here sign up left side. Why is the image and here the image. Oh, I forgot here the class name. So here class name, it's going to be here classes left image. So here just add here a class name for the image, and you see here how it is, but I want it to be not reversed. So here the only changes here are add here left image, the first change, and just here remove the row reverse like this. So right now you see how it is, and you see here I already have an account. We cannot see this, so let's remove some of the margin here. So if I go here to the sign up form, margin top, let's make it 4, and here the gap, let's make it 24 pixel. So margin top and gap of 24 pixel. Okay, right now you see this is the other difference. So change the margin top from 5 to 4 and gap from, I'm going to even make a comment here. So gap from 32 to 24, margin top from 5 to 4 IRM, and here pixel, just for you to see the change. And here write class name for image. And the last here, I want to comment everything just for you to know. And here where it is, yes, so here remove flex direction, row reverse. Those are the only changes I want them to document with comments, because I don't want you to get confused by copy pasting. So you saw everything. Okay, let's try to sign up. So let's use first an image that name that we have already used. So user for gmail.com, 123 sign up. Why it's working here? Let me check here. We failed to load resource, but we are still redirected. Let me see here the where it is, the application, and here we got nothing interesting. So if I go here to the sign up again, and let me do something. So here, if response status is equal to 400 or response status, I'm just going to make it if response status is not equal to 201, we're going to throw an error, throw new error, register failed, like this. So the 201 is the correct. So if it's not the correct, then it's a mistake. You get the point. If it's not the correct, a mistake. And here I should not do it like this, but here like this. So again, this is the final thing. You see here? Okay. Let's go here. Try user for gmail.com, 123. Sign up, wrong credentials, try different ones. Okay, the error message is here, but I want to change it because I don't like the way it looks. So here, let's go here to the signup.module.css, and let's, if I make display flex align item center and justify content center, how it's going to look like? Yes, like this. This is good enough, at least for me. So just add display flex align item center and justify content center to the error message. Okay, so this is it basically. And oh, here we forgot to track the state. Such a silly mistake. So here in the sign up, we need to write here the on change. So here the event, and here let's track our state. So here set username e.target.value. Oops, you don't see anything, so it's not propagation, stop propagation, but value. And here set email. Oops, set email, and here set password, like this. So right now I think you should work. So here let's revoke bar the error to false, and here user 6, here user 6 gmail.com, 123 sign up, different credentials. Let's see what's the mistake here. Let me refresh here the page and try with, let's say 7. So 7 gmail.com, 123. Click sign up, wrong credentials. That's very nice. Let's see what's the problem. Ooh, cannot treat properties of undefined. It is probably some mistake from tracking the state. So oh my god, it's e.value. So change here target, and here target. So it is e.target.value, e.target.value, and e.target.value. Okay, so right now let's refresh the page again, and let's try. So user7.gmail.com 123 123. Click sign up. Okay, so let's check here if it's a success. User7 is admin false, our ID and the token. Okay, so the sign up is working successfully. That's very nice. So here our authentication is basically ready, as you see. So I want to do few things. So here I want to close here the backend because it clutters here my root folder. Okay, so we had one component, I think it was types here, that we write here the token. So I'm going to change this. So const token is equal to use selector state and from the auth twice. So I want to get the auth twice like this. At import selector, this is from the, you are going to see, so from React Redux. So this is from React Redux, the use selector. This is basically selecting our state. So with dispatch, we invoke functions that change the state, and with use selector, we get the state. So here we get the auths twice, and here we destructure it to get the token. Of course, I can get like the auth, and then the token could be like this. So token is equal to auth the token, but you know, this looks very, it doesn't look good compared to this here. And here the token itself. So right now it should work again. Okay, you see here we get everything here, so it is working as intended. Okay, so we are ready with this very big part of our application. Then the next is suggested places. So let's start here. So let's go here to the suggested places and let's start. So here again a section with the ID of suggested, and here the class name here of classes.container, then classes.wrapper, and here classes.title. So inside the classes.titles again we have two titles. So classes.subtitle, here most visited places, in here an h2 with classes.title, favorite destination of our clients, like this. Here below the titles, here classes.places, and here states.map. But you wonder, okay, WebDev Mania, where does those states come? Of course, we need to make a request to our database. So first we need to have the states, set states state. So here use state, in here an empty array inside the parentheses. Then const token is equal to use selector state.state.auth, and here const type from the use params. Okay, but why I have here that type here? I don't need it, so my bad. Usually you didn't see anything, so I don't need this. And here use effect, the use effect here, and here const fetch type rooms, and here async function, a try catch block here, console error, and here inside the try const response is equal to await fetch http localhost 5000/room, and here is going to be headers authorization bearer token, just this, and here const data is equal to await response.json and console log data. So let's console log the data, just let's call the function, of course. If I refresh the page, here I get some error. I know why is that error, because of this. Let me comment it. Okay, so let's make it like this, console, and we see here the 4 rooms that we have here that I have created. So room 1, type apartments, you see here we get everything. So this is working as intended here. Nice. So here let me save it here into the set states data, like this, and here below let's map through it. So let me uncomment it and let's map. So here suggested place, and here add the parentheses, link here to curly braces here, type detail, and here suggested place dot underscore id, and here class name here classes dot price, key is equal to suggested place dot underscore id. So this is for the link, and inside that link here, of course, we're going to have several things, and it's not price but place, my bad. So here it's not price but place, here the class name. So let's go here, classes.image wrapper, and inside the image wrapper here we're going to have an image here, so image source, and right now we're going to have a static image, and when we make the create page we're going to have dynamic. So just import some image here, so /asset/ here image2, and then we're going to make it dynamic. So here this is an alt tag here like this. Okay, then oops, okay, then below the image wrapper here we have classes.title and review, and here we have span suggested place.title, and below here we have span with the class name here of review, so classes.review, and here inside we have suggested place dot review, and then we have the an icon, so here AI view, just let me slide it, so AI view star here, class name here is classes dot icon like this, and actually I'm going to get the suggested place dot review and move it after like this. It's not that important, but you know. Okay, let me see how it's looking. AI view star is not defined. Okay, so let's define it. So import AI view star from React icons AI like this. Okay, because the images are too big we cannot see, but you see here we get the room one, the title, the star, and the review. So we're going to start it just in a second, don't worry, we have still some things to write. And here below the title and review div, classes dot country and price here, and here span country, two dots, span suggested place dot country, and below here we have span with the class name of price, classes dot price, and here suggested place dot price, and here $sign space slash space span per person like this. And this is for our JSX. Let's go into our CSS and let's start styling it. So suggested places.module.css, and let's go. So dot container, height of 100%, width of 100%, margin top of 15 IRM, top and bottom, and left and right of 0, and padding top of 5 IRM. Then dot wrapper is height of 100%, width of 90%, and here margin of 0 auto. Then for the dot titles we have display of flex direction of column, align items of center, justify content of center, gap of 12 pixel, margin bottom of 4 IRM. Then dot titles, subtitle here, we are going to have color of 333, then font size of 22 pixel, and font weight of 500 for the subtitle. Then we target the main titles of titles. Title is going to have font size of 36 pixel, font weight of bold, and color of RGB 201, 136, and 15. Let me see how it's looking. Okay, you see here the title, but the images are taking a lot of our space. So here, let's target here. I forgot here, sorry guys. So let me make it like this. Okay, then we target the dot places here, margin top of 5 IRM, display of grid here, grid template column, repeat 3. So we have 3 columns with the min max from 0, varying from 0 to 1 fraction, and column gap of 5 IRM. Okay, then we target here dot place here is going to have height of 500 pixel, width of 100%, border radius of 24 pixel, margin bottom of 7.5 IRM, then transition of 150 milliseconds all, text decoration of none, core inherit. Here we're going to have a box shadow, so box shadow minus 5 pixel, 5 pixel, 19 pixel, minus 5 pixel, RGBA 000 0.37, and I'm just going to copy and paste it 2 more times, and here it is webkit slash, just webkit and slash here, hyphen, webkit and hyphen, and here hyphen mos hyphen, like this for the different browsers. You can copy from the GitHub, it's not necessary to write this whole thing, but I write it for you guys. And here dot place, 2 dots, colon, hover, and here transform scale 1.035. So let me see. Still, I need to target the image, so let's target the image. So image wrapper here is going to be height of 350 pixel, width of 100%, and overflow of hidden. And then the image itself, so image wrapper, and then the direct children image, width of 100%, height of 100%, and object fit of color, like this. Okay, so this is the image, and you see here the hover effect, how it's a little bit bigger. This is because here of this thing here, of the transform scale. Okay, then after this, we're going to target here dot title and review, and they're going to receive padding of 1 IRM, display of flex, justify content of space between, and align items of center. Then dot title and review span 2 dots first child, color of RGB here, and this color, you see it pops up because we have already written it somewhere here. Yes, here in the title. So the same color. So you see here RGB, this color. Font weight of 500 and font size of 24 pixel. So this thing here. Okay, then dot title and review, here we target the review itself, so display of flex, align items of center, gap of 6 pixel, and font size of 20 pixel for the review. Then the next one that we want to target here is the dot icon, and the dot icon is going to receive here the same color here, so RGB, this orange color, font size of 18 pixel for the icon. Then dot country and price here is going to be padding of 1 IRM, display of flex, justify content of space between here, and align items of center. Then dot country and price here span first child is going to be here color of black color, then font size of 22 pixel and font weight of 500. So you see here right now how it's bigger and it's black color. Okay, then here below this we're going to target dot country and price dot span first child again, so first child, and then the span inside it, and it is going to have here a color of RGB, this orange color again, so 201, 1, 3, 3, 6, and 15. So see how it is orange here, this is the span inside the first child here. Then the next thing here is to target the price, which is going to be again that orange color, so RGB 201, and then the other values, and font size of 20 pixel. And the last thing here that we want to target here is the span inside the price, just black color, so 000. So this is that black thing here. Okay, so you see here why this is too long. Wait, I'm going to go here to the where it is to the title, and here can I make it like this, so slice, or just like this. So actually I'm going to leave it like this, I don't care that much, you know, it is too big, but the others are okay. Okay, so you see how it is looking, it looks amazing here. Okay, and here let me check, I think we just have the footer, so let me go here to the footer and let's start. So here for the home page, so the footer here, the footer, let's go. So class name here, classes.container, then classes.wrapper, here classes.column, and inside.column here we have an h2 with the class name of title, FAQ, that means frequent asked questions, and here we have 3 spans. So let me copy paste 3 spans like this, where we are based, then the span here, how we operate, then span refund policy like this, And here I don't know why I have those two extra spans. Okay, this for the first column, then I have another column. So the next column is h2 classes.title and here contacts. And below the contacts here we have another three spans. So here YouTube, web dev mania, and I'm just going to copy paste this thing here two more times, so we have three in total, just like this, nothing else. And here classes.column, and here h2 with the classes of title, and here privacy policy, and below a paragraph with the orem ipsum. So just type orem and click enter. This is this long text here. I'm just going to make it on several lines because it's super long, as you see here. Oops. Okay, why am I Bulgarian alphabet? I want to type here in English right now. Okay, this is for the footer.jsx. Let's go here to the footer.module.css. So here, oops, I want to split it like this. Dot container. So dot container is going to be width of 100%, height of 250 pixel, then dot wrapper here is going to be here of margin 0 auto, height of 100%, width of 90%, display of flex, justify content of space between, and align items of center. So let me see. Okay, we still have some styles to go. So column, every single column will be of equal width. So flex one, this is what it means. Then display of flex direction will be of a column, then height of 100% and gap of 1 IRM. Then dot col, we target here the h2. The h2 is going to be font size of 30 pixel, font weight of both, and color of 222. Then here below the h2 we target the span, so dot col, here the span, and the span is going to receive a color of 222 and font size of 18 pixel. Then dot col is going to be here a paragraph with line height of 32 pixel, max width of 500 pixel, font size of 18 pixel, and color of 333. So those are our styles for our footer. You see how it is looking right now. Here the home page is ready. We have still several pages to go, but the home page is ready. And you see here we are logged in, but I see the login and the sign up button, and that's something that I personally don't like, and every single application do this. So right now let me go here to the navbar. Where is this? Okay, here the navbar, and here I'm going to make a condition exactly here. So if we are logged in, we're going to display other things, but if we are not logged in, we're going to display login and sign up as it is right now. So let's go here, const user is equal to use selector state auth. So here we get the user like this, and here let's import the use selector from React Redux like this. Okay, so here the user, and here I'm going to make a condition here. So if the user exists, we're going to do different things, but if it doesn't, we're going to place this thing here like this. Oops, wait. So okay, and here I get an error because here we need to have some parent. So here we are going to do it like this. Okay, and we still have an error probably because we have not written anything. Okay, so yes, it was because of this. So here let's make another React fragment, and here I'm going to place here, just a second. So here we're going to have a link here, another link here to the create route, and here create, and then we're going to have here a paragraph here with the classes dot username, and here it's going to be user dot username, and another here let me see, here we have another element which is a span with the class name of logout here, and it is going to be here logout with the on click here of handle logout. So here let me first make the handle logout function, and we're going to make the create page. So here handle logout, and here we dispatch. So of course we need to import the use dispatch hook. So dispatch is equal to use dispatch hook. Okay, you see it is auto imported here, and here dispatch logout. Of course, I need to open the auth slice to be able to import it. So here, logout, oops. And here, after the logout, I will navigate ourselves to the login. Of course, we need to import the use navigate. So navigate is equal to use navigate, like this. In here, navigate, lowercase, like this. Okay, so it's for this condition. I suggest to you guys that we hit into the create. So the create is going to be kind of, let's say, big. It's going to be quite interesting. We are going to learn a lot of things. So let's go. So I suggest you that again, we first start with the JSX. So let's go. Class name is going to be here classes.container, then classes.wrapper. And here inside we're going to have h2 with the class name of here of title, create room. Below we're going to have a form, a form, which is going to be with an onSubmit function here. Right now I'm going to leave it an empty, and here it's very important, this thing is very important, enc type is equal to multipart / form - data, exactly like this. Okay, WebDev Mania, you probably ask, what is this? Because we're going to upload images, we're going to send files to our backend, and it is only done through this enc type. So just try this thing. Of course, you can go if you want more questions, but okay, so here, handle create room, and here I'm just going to define here the function handle create room just to avoid any errors. Here, of course, it's going to be an async, and here the event. Okay, so let's start here. So here we have div with the class name of input wrapper, and here inside we have a label title, 2 dots, and here space, and below we are going to have here an input with the name, with the type of text. Actually we're going to have here an on change event. Of course, that's right now is going to be an empty. It's going to have a class name here of classes.input here, and what else? A placeholder, of course. So placeholder here is going to be here of title, like this. Okay, then we're going to have a description. So it is basically the same, that's why I'm going to copy paste it. So copy, paste, and here description, and here description, just like this, description, and here the type is again of text. So this is basically the same for now. Then again copy paste. So right now it's going to be here country, again type of text, again on change event we have not written it, again the same class name, and here placeholder country. So we change the label text and the placeholder text. After this here again we copy paste here, and it is the type right now. So here type, again type of text, and here type ... Okay, then here we're going to have here another div right now, don't copy paste. So classes.input wrapper image first, or just image, not image first, just image, because we have only one image here. And here label is going to be here with the class name here of classes.file input label, and here the HTML4 is going to be here of first, of just image, not first image. And here inside image, here span, upload, here like this. And below this label here we're going to have an input like this, and it's going to be not a type of a text like this. Here it's type text, type text, type text. You get the point. Here it's type of file, not text but file. And here file name is going to be here of image, like this. ID is going to be here of image. Actually I'm going to make it here again image, the ID image. On change here is going to be here change image, like this. Placeholder is going to be here of image. Actually we don't need placeholder. Why I'm going to show you that why we don't need placeholder? Because I'm going to make it display of none. And why it is going to be display of none, just let me type it and I'm going to explain to you. So you know we have connected that input here with the HTML4 and its ID. HTML4 connects with the ID of the input. So when I click here that label, it is going to click the input. This is basically it. So it is going to be display of none, and the label it is going to activate this input here. Okay, and below here I'm going to have below that input here, I'm going to have one thing. So below the div here, and here image, this is the state here that we're going to create just soon. Here I have a paragraph. Class name here is going to be classes dot image name. Here image dot name, and here I'm going to have AI outline close circle, that icon here, and it is going to have an class name here. So class name here is going to be classes dot icon, and then we're going to have here on click of handle close image, like this. So of course like this. So an arrow function on the on click, an arrow function that calls it like this. And this is basically for the image. I know it's quite verbose, as I told you previously. I don't lie to you. Okay, then here we have another input wrapper. So this image here ends here. So below this div here, we have here an classes.input wrapper, which is going to be here a label here of price, colon and space, and below an input with the text. Oops, wait, I will just going to do it like this, type of price here. Step here is going to be here of 0.01. This means that it can be like this. So a price can be like this, it cannot be like this. If I made the step 1, it means that it only takes whole numbers like this if the state was 1, but it is 0.01, so it could be like this. You get the point. Okay, then we're going to provide here this on change here again, an empty on change here like this, and here again a class name here of classes dot input, and placeholder of price. Placeholder here is going to be price, uppercase dot dot dots, like this. Okay, then below this input wrapper here, we're going to have another one, of course. So the next one here, let me just see here. Okay, it's the start, so it's basically for the review. So I can just copy, paste here from the price. It's again a type of number. It is a type of price here. Wow, my bad. It is type of number, not price. There is no type of price. There is only type of number. Wait. Okay, here the step is again 1, because you know, no, here the step is 0.01, but here it is 1. So here price, I'm just going to show you price, a valid price, valid price, valid price. But here, the star here, it is only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is for the review. Or actually, we can have 4.1, 4.2, so it could be 0.1. So 0.1 here, it could be decimal here. 4.3, you get the point. So we can have, let's say, like this. But it doesn't look good if the review is like this, at least to me. Okay, so here we are going to have a minimum of 1, so the review could not be below 0, could not be below 1, and maximum could not exceed 5. And here again, an empty on change. You see, I have from the copy paste, I have it already there. And here, placeholder review dot dot dot. And here, of course, we change it to review here. Okay, and here we are ready here actually. Then here we have the button. So the button here is classes dot button wrapper, and here we have a button with the class name of submit btn, and here create room. And below here, below the form here, we're going to have here a div with the success message. So classes, I'm just going to make a div like this. So here class name here is going to be classes dot success message. Actually, it's an error message, not a success message. So here, error message, and here if we have the type error, we are going to show it. So if we have a type error, we're going to show this error message, which is going to be basically, I'm going to make it on several lines just for you to see better. It's going to be wrong type, acceptable types are apartment, viewer, penthouse, and bungalow. Those are the acceptable types. So we are ready here with the JSX, but we have some states to define, like several states to say the least. So let's go. Const title, set title here is going to be use state of an empty array. Then const description, set description here is going to be use state of an empty, not empty array, but empty string, my bad, an empty string. Then const image, set image is going to be here of use state empty string again. Const country, set country is use state dot empty string. Again here const type, set type here is equal to use state empty string. Const price, set price here, use state an empty string, or I can make like one, or just no. I'm going to make it no. Const review, set review here, use state is going to be here again of no. After the review, const type error, set type error is going to be use state of false, like this. And then const navigate, use navigate. So let's import it manually. Import use navigate from React Outer DOM, like this. And here I want first to make that for the image here that we have. So on change image here, this for the image. So const change image here, we take here the event here, and we set image here to e.target.file 0. So the file here is going to be in that array e.target.files, and of course we have only one file, so we get the 0 index, or the first element basically. So this is how we can save the image. Then here we have the handle create room, and the handle create room is kind of a big function. So let's start. e.prevent default here first, of course, and here a try catch. So console.error error here, and here we have here an array const acceptable types is equal to apartment, then penthouse, then here we have bungalow, and then viewer. Okay, so below that acceptable types, if acceptable types does not include the type here that we have from the state here, because we are going to track the input here, the state. If that is not equal to it, we're going to set type error to true, set timeout. Here we're going to set the timeout, of course here. So we're going to have 10 seconds, so I'm going to multiply it like this, or you can do it like this, it does not matter, but I want to show you this trick here. So this is 1 second, and this multiply 1 second by 10, so 10 seconds in total. And here set type error to false back. And here lastly we return, because we don't want to execute the function further. Okay, so let's start here. Const form data is equal to new form data. This is how we're going to send the image to our upload controller here. We have not written our upload controller, don't worry, it's very short, don't worry. We're going to write it just after we write here the JSX and stuff. So here const form data, then let file name is equal to no, and here if image here, if image exists, file name is going to be to date.now plus image.name. So date.now is the current time from, I think, from 1970 in milliseconds. So I'm going to show you console walk here date.now. So you see this weird number, and of course it changes every millisecond. Right now you see this is different than this, so that's why I'm going to use this for unique. Okay, for date.now, and here form data.append here file name, and here's the file name. Then form data.append here image, and here the image. Oops, like this, the image here from our state. And here we make a request, so await fetch http localhost 5000 upload/image, and here method is going to be here a post, and then body form data. It is an ENC type of form data. It is not a JSON format. So this is why you can send it directly like this. Okay, then here we upload here we send the room itself with all the data. So here below this condition here, so below this yellow bracket here, below that yellow bracket here, const response is equal to await fetch http localhost 5000 room, and here headers content type here application slash JSON. Here this in here we're going to provide the token to so authorization bearer, and here the token. So let me get here a token from our set. So const token, go to use selector state.auth. Here import use selector from React Redux. So we have here the token. Okay, we have pasted here the token. And no, we must be admin here. So our request will be rejected if we are not admin. So you know it. Method post, and then here body JSON stringify. JSON stringify, and here we paste the title, description, country, type, photo file name, then below the photo file name, price, and here review. Here let me check here one thing here. Yes, here review. Okay, so then if it's a success here, we get const data is equal to, or just we can name it to new room is equal to await response.json, and here let's navigate to the type detail new room dot underscore id. So we have not created yet the type detail, don't worry, we're going to create it just in a second, and we are ready with this function. You see how big it is? Wow. And then I forgot here to make one function as I see here to remove the image here. So this handle close image, let's make it, it's very simple. So I'm going to make it below the change image, so const handle close image here, and we are going to make the set image to null like this. This is just it. So this is the handle close image, we just remove the image. Let me go here to the AI. Okay, we need to import it. So import AI outline close circle from React icons AI. Here let me refresh the page, and here let's go here to the create. So here create. Okay, right now you see how it is looking. We can navigate from, wait, I can go here to the home page and I can click here on the create. It's the same thing. Okay, so we have a lot to write. So let's go here to the create.module.css and start typing. So here container, of course I need to make that same trick for you guys. Dot container height calc 100 vh minus 65 pixel, then with 100% display of flex, align items of center, justify content of center, padding top of 5 IRM and padding bottom of 5 IRM. Then dot wrapper is going to be here display of flex, flex direction of common, border 1 pixel solid 444, border radius of 22 pixel, padding of 1.5 IRM. Then dot title here is going to be text align of center, margin bottom of 1.5 IRM, font size of 26 pixel and font weight of both. Then here we target the, whoops, I need to go here. Then we target here the input wrapper, which is going to be here with of 100%, display of flex, align items of center, justify content of flex and margin bottom of 1.5 IRM. So let me see how it's looking. Okay, it is getting some look right now, but we still have to style it a little bit more. So here, oops, what I did, come on, let's go here to the VS Code, and here we are ready with the input wrapper. Then let's start here the label. So dot input wrapper, and here let's target the label, margin right of 15 pixel and width of 33%. Then after this input wrapper, and here the image, so input wrapper image here, is going to have width of 400 pixel, display of flex, align items of center, and margin bottom of 0.5 IRM. So let me see. Okay, can I make it like 300? I'm going to put it on 400, and when I've started everything, I'm going to go back here to change it. So let's continue here. After this, we're going to target here the span. So input wrapper image, and here the span, like this. So display is going to be inline block. Then padding of 0.5 IRM top and bottom, and 1 on left and right. Background color will be teal. It's like a greenish bluish color, something like this. Color is going to be here of a white color. Border of 1 pixel solid transparent. Cursor of pointer. Transition of 150 milliseconds O. Then border radius will be of 16 pixel, and margin of 0.1 top and bottom, and left and right of 0.25 for the span. Okay, oops. Then after this here, I'm going to give it some hover effect. So input wrapper image, here span, hover, and we're going to change its background color here to white. Then color is going to be here teal, and border color is going to be teal also. So this for our span hover. Okay, then the next thing that we are going to have here is the dot image name, which is going to receive here position of absolute, right 35 IRM. I have played with those values. If something is wrong, we're going to fix it, don't worry. Display of flex, align items of center, gap of 6 pixel, and font size of 14 pixel for the image name. Then dot close icon here is going to be cursor of pointer, font size of 16 pixel. Then dot input here is going to be padding of 0.5 IRM on all sides, width of 77.5%, then border radius of 8 pixel, and border of 1 pixel solid RGB 170, 165, 165 for the input. Then we're going to write here the input focus, which is going to be here dot input focus is going to have outline of none, border color of RGB 99, 92, 92. This is for the input. Let's see how right now our application is looking. Okay, it is getting better and better. Then here dot button wrapper is going to be display of flex, align items of center, justify content of center, and margin top of 2 pixel. Then the submit btn is going to be here of width of 50%, background color of CEA600. This is the background color. Then color is going to be here of a white color, padding of 0.75 IRM on top and bottom, and 0.25 on left and right. Then border radius of 12 pixel, border of 1 pixel solid transparent, cursor of pointer, transition of 150 milliseconds O, and lastly here for the submit btn margin top of 1 IRM. Okay, then we still start the submit btn, but for the hover effect. So submit btn hover is going to be background color of white, color of this color here CEA600, and the border color is the same as the text color, so CEA600. And then here we have the success message. So success message here is going to be height of 125 pixel, width of 300 pixel, text align of center, border radius of 20 pixel, line height of 1.5 IRM, padding of 3 IRM on top and bottom, and 5 on left and right. Then background color is going to be here a green color, color is going to be a white color, position is going to be here fixed. Then font size of 18 pixel, display of flex, align items of center, and justify content of center, and here top 5 IRM and right 5 IRM. Okay, so you see how everything looks can I make this here the label, where it is here, the label of the input wrapper? If I make it here, where exactly is here the input wrapper, file input label, can I move it a little bit? So margin left photo, if I write like this, oops, that's too much, but I can certainly make it like margin left of, let's say, 4 item, or I can make it display of flex on items of center, gap of 5 item. If I do it like this, oh, this looks perfect, 5 item, wow, I have some luck today. That was some random value that worked. Okay, so everything here is okay, but I told you that we have not written the upload controller, which is something that we need to write if you want our image to be uploaded. So let's go here to our upload controller and let's start. So here I'm going to close everything and start here writing. So const upload controller is equal to require express dot router. This is into the backend controllers upload controller. You see here, it is exactly here. Then const motor is equal to require motor. Then const verify token is equal to require dot slash middlewares. Oops, middlewares. Wait, I can make it like this, middlewares slash verify token. Then const storage is equal to, you can copy this code from GitHub. It is some boilerplate code. You can write it if you want, but you can copy it. But I'm going to write it for you guys that you want to see it written. So destination here, request file cb, and here we are going to, so the first is the error, we don't have any error. The second value is where we want our image to be stored, and I want it to be in the public slash images, and here we don't have public slash images. As you see here, we have controllers, middlewares, and models. So let's make here public, and let's make here images. Okay, and then we're going to give it the file name. So the file name, again, it takes the same parameters, request file and cb, and here an arrow function, and here cb no, and then request.body.file name. So we get from the request.body the file name of it, and we're going to save it into the public slash images. Then const upload is equal to motor storage. You see here this variable storage, here storage, and here the property name, the key name storage. And here lastly, upload controller dot post on the endpoint of image, verify token, upload single image. So this single upload.single searches in the request.body for the request.body.image. I'm going to write the comment, and you can read it. And here async request response, and here try catch. So here for the error, here console log error.message, and here return response of status 200.json message file uploaded successfully. Okay, of course here we need to import it. So here app.use, here upload, and we need to export it. I forgot. So here module.export is equal to upload controller, and here upload controller. But you see here the public slash images. I mean, we have created it, but we need somehow to get access to it. We need to serve them. So we need to write here app.use slash images, and here express.static here, and public slash images like this. So basically we can go to, let's say, http localhost 5000 slash images, and then the file name here, because here I have provided the images. So here, if it was like images blah blah blah, it is a must here to be images blah blah blah, but here it is only images, so I'm going to revert it back to images. So this is how we can access here the file name itself. I'm going to show you by an example, of course. So let's close here the index.js. Here we are ready with this, so nothing stops us. So let's go here to the rooms. I want to refresh to see what was the last image here. The last room, not image, my bad. So room 4444, okay. So here room 5 description, let's say, I don't know, Maldives, type is going to be apartment, let's upload image here. So when you click here, it is because of that label here. Let's put this image here. Here we can remove that image. I click here, we have no image, but again I'm going to show you this image here. I don't know why right now it doesn't show up. It showed up for the first time, there's no problem. Here 1 to 3, and here font 4.5. Then create room, wrong acceptable types are apartment, view, penthouse, and bungalow. We have not attached here the state. So this, when you write a lot of code, you forget to do some simple things. So here we have everything here defined, but you see here we have not used the set functions. So let's go here. The first here is the title. So here the title, set title to e.target.value. Then again set description, which is e.target.value. Then here we take here set country e.target.value. Then here the type, set type here to e.target.value. Here we have done this for the image, so we don't need to do it. Then here we have the price, so here the event, set price e.target.value. And lastly here we have for the review, so here set review e.target.value. So right now we have tracked the state successfully. Let's try right now. So here when I create, okay, I'm going to refresh the page. So room 5, country Maldives, type bungalow, here the image, here a price 1 to 3, and here review 4.5. Create room. Okay, so right now let me see, we don't have the details page, that's why we don't see anything, but we can go to our database to see if we have successfully created it. So if I go back here, we don't see anything. Have we uploaded the image here? We have not. It's interesting here. Let's see what's the problem here. The failed to load resource server responded at 403. Failed to load resource. I know what is the problem. Because we can only upload images as an admin here. So if you remember here, let me go here to the users. Where are you? We have one user which is an admin. User 5 is an admin. So we can click on logout, login, user 5 at gmail.com. 123 login. Here create, you see here user 5. So here room 5 description, Maldives, bungalow, 1 to 3 and 4.5. So right now, okay, we get an ID. So I think it's a success. Let me refresh here. It doesn't show as I told you because we are on the type detail that we have not written right now. In here rooms. Okay, it is here. Let me check here the public images. Public images, it is not saved here. Why? Here we have that image successfully. Let me see here into the upload, public/images, request.body.filename. We have everything works, but this upload controller does not work here. I have an error, so failed to load resource. The server responds with a 403. The server responds with a 401. This is for the 403. So if I go back here to the upload controller, here we have the verified token, the image. Let me see here. Okay, so I know what happened. So here into the upload image here, I forgot to put the token because here I have the verified token as a middleware, and you know when you don't have a token, it is going to give us an error, right? So here headers, 2 dots, curly braces, here just a comma to remove the error, and here I can just copy it from below. It is from the upload image here. This is where the error originated. So right now it would work. So here create, let's, I don't know, room Maldives, description room Maldives, country Maldives, type, let's say apartments, upload here, image 2, price 1234 and 4.5 as review. Create room, let's see here into, okay, you see here the image 2, it is here. So everything is working as intended. Okay, so we are ready with this very important functionality, I would say. Then the next here, just let me close here the folders, is to make here the type. So here we have not written the type here. Let's go here. Just a second. So here inside the type, let's go. Oops. Okay. So here into the type class name here, classes dot container, and here dot classes wrapper. And here inside we have titles, so here classes titles, and here we have h5 with the class name of subtitle, here all, here types, and I'm going to show you how we can get this. So here types like this, whoops, not this, and here h2 with the class name here of title, pick from the best, and here again inside the curly braces type, and here s at the end. This is for the titles. Then here dot class name dot places, we have here again, we need to make a fetch. So here is going to be again dot states here dot map So in order to do this, of course we first need to get from use params the type. So here use params dot type, and I can import use params from React Router DOM. So if you wonder what is this thing here, let me go here. You see here when I hover types apartment, you see here in the down left here, if I click here types apartment and I want to get this thing here, so this is the parameter and this is how I can get it. And it is dot type because here into the app.js here I named it type. Here it's an ID, so it's an ID, but here into the type it's a type. So that's how I can get it. Or I can just remove it and destructure it like this. It is basically the same thing, as you like it, guys. Okay, then here we get the token because we're going to make a request to a database to our server. State.auth, let's import the use selector here from React Router DOM like this. And then the next thing is here to make our state, and I'm going to make it at the top. So const states, set states here is equal to use state an empty array here like this. Okay, so then below here I have use effect, and the use effect here like this, and inside the use effect here we have a dependency this time, which is that type here. So because I can, oops, here what is this error here? Use selector, oh my god, use selector is from React Redux, not React Router DOM, my bad. Okay, right now we don't have that error. And here I can go to penthouse, and here it is penthouse, but I can go back to the home page by clicking here, and here it's apartment. So this type can't change, it's a variable here. So that's why I put it as a dependency. So the use effect is going to make a request to our server every time our type changes. So this is why I put the type here. And here const fetch type rooms is equal to await fetch here localhost 5000, in here slash room, in here question mark type. Oh wait here, I forgot to make the arrow function itself like this. I instantly started to type. This is what happens when you have program for I don't know how many hours a day. Okay, enough talking. You are not here to hear me complain, right? So here catch error console.error, and then const response is equal to await fetch http two dots localhost slash localhost 5000 slash room, here a question mark type is equal to that type here that we get from the URL. And I'm actually going to console log the type because I mean there are some of you that have not seen this, so you probably don't know it. So I can inspect here, going to clear everything here and go here. So type here is viewer, then I can click on penthouse, and here it's penthouse. And let's say I want to click on apartment, here it's apartment. So this is on line 11, you see here line 11 dot type here. So you get the point. Okay, I continue. So here the next part is to make the headers, to put the token. So here authorization bearer, in here the token like this. And then const states is equal to await response.json like this. In here set states, and here we code a function here. So let me console log here states to see what we get. So here I should get one bungalow. So you see one bungalow here, type of bungalow. let me clear this. We should get 4 apartments, so initially it's empty because it is fetching, it's asynchronous, and here then we get 4. Okay, let me clear again, and we should get 1 viewer. You see here type viewer. So this is working correctly. Let's start mapping through it. So here dot map, and here is state, here instant return with the parentheses, and here link. We need to call this link here. So link here, auto imported. You see it's auto imported, and here to type detail slash state._id. So right now when we click on it, we're going to navigate to the details page. Okay, then here class name, and here classes.place, and then key is going to be .id, here is state._id. Okay, so inside that link here we have classes.image wrapper, and here image source is going to be here of image1, or actually right now it's going to be either image1, because you know we have created here, I'm going to show you here, we have created those earlier from Postman that do not have image, but this here have an image. So here if we have an image, we're going to use the image, but if it doesn't have an image, we're going to do like this. So localhost 5000/images, here slash, and we're going to state.photo like this. So right now we are going to see, so it's either that image by default, or if we don't have anything here, it's going to go here. Actually, how I can make this better, I can just do it like this. So if we don't wait, if state.photo, if we have a state.photo, I'm just going to make like this. Okay, sorry for confusing you, I'm just going to make like this. This is how we can access that photo. Then we have classes.title entry view, which is going to be here span state.title, then span, I'm just going to make like this. So span with the class name here of classes.review AI view star, with the class name here of classes.icon, and then here we have the state.review. Below the title entry view, here we have classes.country and price like this, and here span country to dot span state.country. Then below that span, here span with the class name of price, here state.price with the $sign, and here slash span per person like this. Okay, so AI field star is not defined. Yes, we need to import it. So here at the top, AI field star from React icons AI. When I click here, oh, this image is super big. So, oops, if I click here, there's nothing because we have no penthouse, but if I click on viewer, you see this image does not pop up. So I'm going to delete those images here when I write the code, and I'm going to go to the create to upload images that we ourselves uploaded. So don't worry about this stuff. Okay, let's go to the CSS. We are ready with the JSX. So let's go here to the CSS and let's start typing our CSS. So here, let me split here the screen and let's go. So here, node container is going to be here a height of 100%, width of 100%, margin 0, 10 on top and bottom, and 0 on left and right. Then dot wrapper is going to be here height of 100%, width of 90%, and here margin of 0 auto for the wrapper. Then titles are going to be here a display of flex direction of column, align items of center, justify content of center, and gap of 12 pixel. And lastly, margin bottom of 5 IRM for the titles. Then dot title, we're going to target the subtitle, is going to be color of 333, font size of 22 pixel, and font weight of 500 pixel. Okay, after the subtitle here, we're going to target here the title. So dot title, it's here titles in a plural form, and here dot titles again, dot title, font size of 36 pixel, font weight of both, and color of RGB 201, 136, 115. So this for our title here. Then dot places here, margin top of 5 rem, display of grid template com of repeat 3, and min max is going to be 0 and fraction of 1. Then dot place here is going to be height of 500 pixel, width of 100%, border radius of 24 pixel, margin bottom 0.55 rem, transition of 150 milliseconds, all, text decoration of none, color is going to be inherit, and again we have a box shadow. So that box shadow here is going to be the same as in the navbar, so we can go calmly here in the navbar, we can copy this here, it's the same, and we can paste it instead of typing it and losing time. So here it's the same like the navbar. Then here dot place hover is going to be transform scale of 1.35, this is just for the hover. Then dot image wrapper is going to be here height of 350 pixel, width of 100%, and overflow here of hidden. This for the image wrapper. Then image wrapper, we are going to target here the image is going to be width of 100%, height of 100%, and object fit of cover. This for the image wrapper. Then title and review here is going to be here of padding 1 rem, display of flex, justify content of space between, and align items of center. This for the title and review. Then dot title and review here, we target here the first child, which is going to be here color of RGB 201, 136, 15. Then font weight of 500, font size of 24 pixel, just for the first child. And while we're at it, let me check how we're with this thing here. Okay, so these images you don't see them, of course. And here you see this is the image that we have provided here, that last room. So we're going to delete those, and I'm going to make some, so don't worry about this. Okay, after this here we target the review itself. So dot title and review here, review like this, display of flex and items of center, gap of 6 pixel, and font size of 20 pixel. Then dot icon here is color of RGB 201, 136, and 15, and font size of 18 pixel. So here the icon, you see how it's smaller and changed color, or actually it's smaller. Let me remove it. Yes, it's smaller. I'm going to remove the font size because I like it bigger. Okay, then dot country and price here is going to be padding of 1 rem, display of flex, justify content of center, and align items of center. So you see here how they align center and then space between it. Okay, then dot country and price here, span first child, and here color of 000, which is a black color, font size of 22 pixel, and font weight of 500. So you see how right now it is bigger. Okay, then we're going to target here the dot country and price, the span first child here, and after the first child we're going to target here the span, which is just the title here, the title, which is Japan in this case, and the Maldives in this case. And here color of RGB 201, 136, and 15. Then dot price here is going to be color of RGB 201, 201, 136, and 15, and font size of 20 pixel. And here lastly span, and here the price we target here the span, which is color of 0. So it is basically this per person. This is what we want to make black, and this is what we make orange here. Okay, so we are ready with the type here. I'm just going to go here and remove those first initially. So here delete, then here delete, delete, and here delete. And do we have another one? Okay, we delete this one, and okay, let's go here to the create and make, let's say, room 1, description, country, let's say again Japan, bungalow here, and here let's put that bungalow photo price 1 to 3, review 4.3, create room, successfully created. Okay, then here room 2, then let's say, I don't know, let's say south career, then type is going to be here of apartment. Here, that photo, I'm sure it's not South Korea judging by the tropical picture, but we don't care. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 4.1. Create room again. Okay, then here I want to create a penthouse. Country, let's put, let's say India. Description, room 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 4.8. And here, let's put this picture, create room. Here again, let's go to create. And here we have viewer apartment. Okay, we have viewer left. So okay, so here viewer, let's say country Egypt, room 4, 3, 2, 1, 4.3, and here let's put some random image, let's say of this apartment here, even though it's not a viewer. Let's just do it. And here we have one viewer. Let's click here. You see here room 4, country Egypt, apartment. We have 2 apartments. So room, okay, why we have no spacing here? I want to see here I have no spacing, so column gap of 2.5 IRM on inside place here. And right now we still have no, it's places. So let me move this to places, and right now, okay, right now we have some space. And here when I hover, you see how it is getting a little bit bigger. So here Maldives and South Korea. Okay, so when I click here, it navigates us to the type detail. But as you know, we have not created a type detail, which is our last page here, and it's going to be the most complex bio. So you know, it's a long video and the last is the most complex, I know guys, but this is it. So I suggest to you that we start here. So no excuses, let's go. So here I'm going to remove here the type and the type CSS, and let's open the type detail. So here let's start. So here it's going to be a ref here, a ref of container ref, and here class name is going to be classes.container. I'm going to tell you why, because we have this ref here. Then dot classes dot left here, and here dot classes dot image wrapper. And inside the image wrapper here we have the image here, which is going to be here a source of. Right now I'm going to put a static image, but of course we're going to make it dynamic. So from dot slash assets slash here, let's say 4. Then here after the left side, this is only the left side. I know this is simple the left side, but the right side is going to be quite complex. So dot right here h2 with the class name here of title, and here room details dot title. But you see here we get the room details dot title, but we need to somehow get it. So let's go here to a use effect and let's fetch it. So use effect here like this, and let's fetch it. But you see it is a random ID here, so we need to get it. So const ID is equal to use params dot id, and then for the room details we need to make a state. So room details set room details is equal to use state, and here just an empty string. And this is for our states for now. Of course we are going to create several other things here, but right now, the token, of course we need to get the token. So token is equal to use selector state.auth. Here import use selector from React router, from React Redux. Again, I almost made that mistake here, React Redux. Okay, and here like this. Okay, so the next step here is to make the container ref, and the container ref is, I'm going to show you. It is basically use params not defined. I have not imported it. Okay, so import use params from React router DOM. So you see here when we are like this, and when I click here, it's automatically at the top right now because that image is big. But if I make, let's say the image is height of 650 pixel and object fit of cover, that I want to show you why we have this thing here. So I click here, I'm going to even make it smaller here. In here, you see we're not at the top directly. I need to scroll here to be at the top here. You see? And in order to be at the top instantly, that's why I have this ref here. And this ref, I'm going to write just in a second the code. First, I want to fetch here the room. So const fetch room is equal to async arrow function and const response is equal to await fetch template string http localhost 5000 / room / find / id. And here, of course, we put the id that we get from the URL. Then headers, authorization, bearer, and here the token like this. And then we don't need to define method get because it's a get method by default. And here const data or just room is equal to await response .json. Here const the workroom. Inspect. I'm just going to refresh the page to get rid of those errors. Let me click here. Let's click here. And here, of course, I need to call that function. That's why I don't see anything. So fetch room. And here you see here we get room for viewer with that ID here. Where is the ID here? So 323E. So yes, it's basically the same. So we get the data like this, and let's set it. So set room details to the room. Okay. And of course we need to put as a dependency here that ID, because when we go to from one room to another, I want it to be fetched like this. Okay. And here I'm going to put as an image here http / localhost 5000 images, and here the room details / dot photo like this. This is how we're going to do it. So here when I click here on this apartment, and let's say I want to get, let's say, this image here. So when I click, you see we get this image here. I'll go back to the home page. Let's see penthouse. I want to get this image here. You see, it is this image here. It is too big. I'm not sure you can see it. Okay. So you see the image here. Okay. So we are ready with this part here. The next part is making that use effect that I told you. So here, another use effect here. And here, an empty dependency. In here, window, scroll to 0, 0. This is how we do it. Okay, so the use effect is here. Okay. Then let's create, let's finish here the right side, which is quite long. So paragraph.classes.type, and here type, wait, here I have a typo, I see, type 2 dots here, and here span room details dot type, like this. Then below this we have classes.review, and here review 2 dots AI view star. We have here again class name of classes.icon, and here room details.review. And let me import that icon here. So import AI view star from react icons AI, like this. Okay, so below that review here we have .classes.description, which is actually a paragraph. So let me put here a P, like this, and here span description 2 dots space, and here below that span we put the actual description. So room details dot description, and here I'm going to put question mark on every single thing, because when we load the page we're going to get an error, because this data is asynchronous. When we load the page, we load the JSX, but we don't get instantaneously, we don't get the details for the room, so we're going to get an error. So you must put here a question mark. Okay, then below the description here I'm going to have here classes.price and country, which is going to be here span country 2 dots, and here room details.country. Then below this span here I'm going to have another span with the class name here of classes.price, and here the room details.price, and here $, space here, and here what else? Here I have a span, as I see here. Yes, so this thing is inside a span here, like this. So my bad. So here put this inside a span like this, and here after $/ per person, like this. So this is the price with the $ inside this span here, like this. Okay, then below this div here, which is the price and country, here I have form, and the form is going to receive here the class name here of classes dot type detail form, and here on submit of handle submit. And inside this form here, I'm going to have here first an h3 with enter information here. Then input is going to be here a type of a text, placeholder of phone, name. We're going to provide here a non-change when we create the state. So here input is going to be email, and here the placeholder is email. Again, a non-change after we do the things. And then below here we have a div here, the div here like this, which is going to be class name, classes, date container. And here we have two more inputs, but they're going to be in a type of date, so date, and here type of date. And for now this is it. We can go here to handle submit. It's undefined, of course it's undefined, so const handle submit. Let's go to async like this. Let's go here, well, let's click, and here if I refresh, so initially I get an error here because the image is undefined, but then when it's defined we get it, so don't worry about this error. Okay, I wanted to see how it's looking, so everything is looking as intended. And here we have another thing. So here below the form here I have two messages, one for the error and one for the success, if it's booked or if we cannot book it. So here error, two dots, not two dots but two ampersands, and here a div here, oops wait, so div here with a class name here of error message, and here your date is in the booked range, and here last booked day is in here error, so we're going to create this error soon. And then here success, again two ampersands, and here success, wait, a div of course, so it should be inside the div, so success message, and here inside the div success exclamation mark, and here you booked from start date to end date. So all of these things here we're going to write them right now. So let's define all of our states, which are going to be quite a few states, so I'm telling you beforehand. So here below the room details here, const start date, set start date is equal to use date here, then const end date, set end date here, oops, it's equal to use date, again here empty, then const username, set username, use date, const error, set error is equal to use date false, and here below the username we have an email, so sorry I forgot, it's equal to use date empty here. Below that error here we have const success, set success, and initially it is again false, so use state false. Okay, and here that's it for the states. Yes, so here I'm going to attach here the states here. So on change here we take here the event, and here set end date e.target.value, and here it is set start date. Okay, set start date, set end date. Okay, and here we have on change here the event like this, so event arrow function set username e.target.value, and here I'm just going to copy it, paste it, set email like this. So here we have tracked the state. And what else here I have, I'm going to show you later what we're going to do, but before this let's make the handle submit. So handle submit is going to be quite complex, so or I suggest to you guys, if this image is too big you cannot see anything, I suggest to you before we define the handle submit we write here the CSS, and then we are going to continue. So here let's go here to our CSS and let's start typing it. Wait, like this. Okay, so dot container is going to be here of height 100%, width of 100%, margin top of 10 IRM, or just margin like this, 10 on top and bottom, and 0 on left and right. Then dot wrapper here is going to be height of 100%, width of 90%, margin of 0 auto. After this, display of flex, gap of 150 pixel, and align items of flex start. Then here left is going to be flex of 1, and then right is going to be again flex of 1. So the image and the information are going to take both of them half of the width. So left is going to be half and right is going to be half. So they are going to be both taking equal portion of the page. After the left and right, we have here the dot image wrapper, which is going to have height of 700 pixel and width of 100%. And here we have overflow of hidden. After the image wrapper, we target the image itself, so image, and here height 100%, width 100%, and object fit of cover. So after the image here, we're going to target the right side. So dot right again, display of flex, flex direction of column, and justify content of center. So let me see how it's looking. If I refresh the page, why this image is so big? What I have done wrong? So it is image wrapper here, and here we target the image. Here it is flex direction column, align flex start. Wait, here it is height. We define here the height and here height. If I make that 50%, okay, like this, so it's 50%. Okay, so just make here the height, the width of 50%, not the height, the width of 50%. Okay, then dot right here. Actually, I know what's the mistake here. I forgot to make a wrapper. So here, let's revert back the width to 100% and let's here make a wrapper. So here dot classes wrapper, and here let's wrap all of our application like this. So right now, okay, right now it is as I wanted it to look. So just revert this to 100%, don't change anything, and just make here a wrapper here. That was the mistake here. Silly mistake, I would say, but still a mistake. Then here dot right, and here we target the h2, which is the title here. So h2 is going to receive font size of 36 pixel, font weight of both, color is going to be RGB 201, 136, and 15. Then dot type is going to be here margin bottom of 2 IRM, font size of 20 pixel, color of 333, and font weight of 500. So let me see. Okay, do you see how the type is looking different? Okay. Then I forgot here. Go back to the H2 and here margin bottom of 40 pixel. I was wondering why there is no space. Okay, there is space here. Then here below the type here, let's target here the span inside the type. So dot type, and here the span inside, font weight of normal. Oops. Text transform of capitalize, and margin left of 0.5 IRM. So you see this was the span inside the type. Okay, then dot review here is going to have display of flex, align items of center, gap of 5 pixel, and font size of 20 pixel like this. Okay, it's bigger. Then we're going to target the icon, which is going to receive here a color of RGB. This color we have already used it, so you can click here 201, 136, and 15. Font size of 70 pixel for the icon. Then price and country, I can make this like this, so price and country, margin of top and bottom 0.75 and left and right of 0. Then display of flex, align items of center, gap of 1 IRM, and font size of 20 pixel. So you see here how it is right now. Okay, then here we target dot price is going to be margin of top and bottom of 2 IRM, and 0 on left and right, font size of 20 pixel, font weight of 500, and color again of this RGB orange color. Oops, not this thing here, but this here. Okay, after here the price here, after the price I want to target here the description. So let's go here dot description, which is going to be here a margin of 2.5 IRM on top and bottom, and 0 on left and right, color of 222, font size of 22 pixel, and line height here of 36 pixel. Then dot disk, and here span is going to be font weight of both, font size of 25 pixel, this for the span here. Then type detail form here is going to be margin top of 3 IRM, display of flex direction of column, width of 250 pixel and gap of 22 pixel. So this is this thing here. Okay, right now we see how it is. Then we're going to target type detail form, the H3 inside, which is color of 222, then font size of 24 pixel and margin bottom of 1 IRM. After we have styled the H3 here, I want to target the input. So let's go below. Dot type detail form, the input is going to be outline of none, then border of none, border bottom of 1 pixel solid 777, and here padding of 0.25 IRM and 0.25 on top and bottom is 0.5 on left and right. Okay, here we target the detail form, and here the input placeholder, which is going to be padding left of 0.5 IRM. So like this, a little bit on the right now. Then after the placeholder, we target here the type detail form in the button. So the button, oh, where is the button here? Wait. Okay, let's type here the button. I forgot here. The button is just the button, so no worries. Here below the div here, between the form and the div here, a button with the class name here of book now, and the text is book now. This is the btn, nothing hard, right? You see here the btn. Okay, so the button here is going to receive margin top of 2 IRM, padding of 0.5 on top and bottom, and left and right 1.25. Then outline of none, color of white FFF, then font size of 22 pixel, font weight of 500, border of 1 pixel solid transparent, then background color is going to be of RGB 201, 136 and 15. Then border radius will be 1 IRM, and then cursor will be of cursor of pointer. So you see how it's looking. Okay, and of course we want hover effect, so type detail form, button, hover, and here border 1 pixel solid RGB, this color again 201, 136 and 15. After that border, color is going to be here of RGB 201 again, 136 and 15, the same color here, and then background color will be of white color. So when I hover, you see how it is. Okay, after the button hover, I want to target the error and success message. So here, but you see here hover there right now. I want to target them. Before targeting here the error and success message, so here I give the name of the date container here. So here dot date container, oops, come on, the date container, display of flex, gap of 1 IRM, align items of center, let me see, yes, and outline is going to be none, and border bottom of 1 pixel solid 333. Right now how are they going to look? Border, okay, border none here. Come on, outline of none, border of none, what more do you want? Border bottom, wait, how I write here the inputs? Let me see here. Like this, I can just, okay, I know why. Okay, so here I'm going to delete those. I'm just going to leave here the display gap and align items, and here date container input, and here just place those values here. Okay, right now I wanted them to look like I wanted. Okay, this is quite a long video. Okay, never mind. So after the hover effect, I want to target here the error message, and here the error message height of 125 pixel, then width of 300 pixel, text align is going to be here of a center, border radius is going to be here of 20 pixel, line height of 1.5 IRM, then padding is going to be 3 on top and bottom and 5 on left and right. Background color is going to be RGB 171, 122, 31. Again, orange color. Then color of white, Oops, let me scroll. Then position is going to be fixed. After the position fixed, we have here a font size of 18 pixel, display of flex, align items of center, justify content of center, top of 5 IRM, and right 5 IRM. So success message here is going to be here height of 125 pixel, width of 300 pixel, text align of center, border radius is going to be here of 20 pixel, line height is going to be here of 1.5 IRM, padding of 3 top and bottom and 5 on left and right. Then background color is going to be just a green color, so type here green, color of FFF, position is going to be again of fixed. After the position of fixed is going to be again font size of 18 pixel, display of flex, align items of center, justify content of center, and top 5 IRM and right 5 IRM. Okay, we have written it, so let me see how it is looking. Okay, and if I make that errors here, dot stuff here true, okay, so we're going to type here what is it exactly later, so no worries right now. And here if I make this true here, of course it's not going to show successful books from 2. Okay, we're going to write the dates when we start typing the logic. So let me close this here and let's go here back to the type.jsx, type detail, wait, not type.jsx but type detail.jsx, and here let's start typing the handle submit. Okay, so let's go. Before going to the handle submit, I want to make here into the source one folder which is going to be of a utils, and inside it we are going to have date func. So this is going to help us when we write the handle submit. So date func.js, and here let's go to the GitHub source utils date.func.js, and here let me copy them. So we're going to see what are they. So here let me just remove here the console log. Okay, so here we check if the room.unavailable, you remember here inside the modules, here we have unavailable dates. So here we check if the unavailable dates, if only one of them is in our dates we're going to provide, from which these dates here that the user is going to provide. So user is going to click here, let's say 24th of January, and from 24th of January to 27th of January, like this. So though it is going to take those two values and it is going to check if those two values are included in the unavailable date. So if only one is included, we're going to get back true for is unavailable. And here get dates in range. So in range, so here we get the 24th and the 27th, and here after the 24th and 27th we're going to make them in milliseconds. So we're going to have here inside, so I'm just going to write here a comment. So 24th to 24th, 24th to 27th, 24th, 25, 26, and 27 in milliseconds. So we're going to get those values here when we go through the while loop. So we're going to see what do I mean. So here let's go here to the handle submit and let's start. So here of course event default, prevent default, then const your booked date is get in range, start date and date. So as you know here we get, if we type here that example from 24th to 27th, we get here 24th, 25th, 26th and 27th, all of them between from start to finish as they say. And then cost is unavailable dates, and here is unavailable room details, and here your book date. So right now we're going to compare them. So you see here the first value is room details, which is the room that we have fetched here from the database, you see here, and the second value is that your book date here that we have here in milliseconds. So here we get that array of milliseconds, and here this is the array of milliseconds, and here we check if any of them, if only one, just one is found here, we're going to return true for is unavailable, and later we're going to do that logic. So right now we check here if is unavailable date, so we make here an if statement here, dates, come on, in here const last available date is equal to new date here, room details. So here we are going to get the last unavailable dates, and we are going to notify our users. So unavailable unavailable dates, and here room details dot unavailable dates length -1. So we want to get the last date here. That's how we can get the last date here. I know, guys, this function is going to be hella confusing. You are not going to understand it from the first try, so watch this specific part of the video several times. I suggest you if you want to learn it better. Then const last available day, and here last available date dot get date. So here we are getting the day, and here const last available month, last available date get month. We are getting the month, and then const formatted month here is equal to last available month plus 1. And you wonder, okay, this is super complex, and right now last available month by 1. This is kind of simple. I'm going to explain. So if from this function here, January is 0, February is 1, and here you see here we are January 24th, so it is in index, so we get here the index, so that's why January is 0 and February is 1. That's why I make it plus 1, to make it like in the human number, not in the computer. And here I check if this here is bigger than 9. So you know, if it's January, it's going to be, if it's January, so here let me make January plus 1 is equal to 1, because January is equal to 0. And I want to check, let's say it is October. So October is 9. It is the 10th month, but in index it's 9. So here we get this thing here, and we check if it's 9 plus 1. So it is 10. And of course 10 is bigger than 9. But I'm just going to show the example. You're going to understand me. So last available month here plus 1. If not, then we get here the 0 in front of it. So last available month here. And here, because let's say it is February, it is 1, and plus 1 it is 2, you know, it is the second month, and I don't want to get 2 back, I want to get 0 2 back. That's why I do this logic here. So if it's February, I want to make it plus 1 and then add a 0 in front of it. It's kind of complex. I told you, you can watch this several times, and here I'm going to write it even. So plus 1, because it shows month in index. Example, third month, February is equal to 1. So I think this comment is going to help you a little bit. Okay, then we're going to format the date, but the date is not in index format, so don't worry. So formatted day is equal to last available day, and here if it's bigger than 9, so again a ternary operator, last available day. Otherwise here we get here 0 and last available day here, like this. So imagine it is, let's say, the third day. So I don't want to get 3, I want to get here 0 3. That's why I do this 0 thing here, and it is the same for the month. So I'm going to leave it like this, and if it's 11, it just stays as 11. So like this. I think that can help you understand this thing here. And then const formatted day and month, then I'm going to make them together. So formatted day, then formatted month, and here, oops, set error is going to be here formatted day and month. So the error is not going to be true or false, it's going to be either false or either with those values. But you know, if it has something, it's true. So it's again false and true, so don't worry about the conditioning. And then set timeout, here again a timeout, and I'm going to make the timeout like 5 seconds. And here set timeout is going to be here set, it's just set error. Wait, why did I write set timeout and set timeout? Set error false, like this. So let's say I book now. Let's make this false right now. I want to make it false. I mean, I want to make it if I make it true, how it is going to look like. Your was day, okay, right now you cannot see it because I'm going to show you when we are ready with this thing here. Okay, and okay, let's make this if block here like this because it's super long. And then after this thing here, we're going to send a request to our database. So here a try catch block with console.error, here error.message, and here a try block, so const response is equal to await fetch http / localhost 5000 here / room / book room, and here with the ID of the room here that we get from here, this here. Okay, and here headers, and here content type application JSON, and then here the authorization bearer, and here the token itself like this. And below we're going to make here a method of put, so it's a put request, and then the body, so the body JSON no stringify, and here username, email, unavailable dates, and here your booked dates. We get this your book dates from here. It is an array, let's say in milliseconds, so let's say it's going to look something like this. So something like this, you get the point. We get the day and we convert it to the millisecond. So this is what we mean. And then we check inside here in the dot include, so it dot includes I mean not like this, but the dates here again, some numbers, and this is all in milliseconds. Okay, and then after the response here, set success to true, set timeout, we're going to revert it after 5 seconds, so again 5000 milliseconds, set success here to false, and here const updated room is equal to await response.json, set room details, and we're going to update the room because we get the updated room with the updated and available dates, and that's why I do it like this. Let me see here if I have written all the states and stuff. I think start date, email, yes, and here I'm going to make it a type of submit, even though inside of the forum it is by default a submit. Here I'm just going to put it just in any case. Okay, let's try here. So let's refresh console here, and let's make, I don't know, John Doe, email user5gmail.com, and here from 24th, let's make it from 25th to 28th book now. So success, you booked from first 25 to 28. So you see this is showing. Okay, let's refresh the page here. Let me try to book again. Let's book from 27th to, let's say, 1st of February. And here again, John Doe, user for gmail.com. Let's say book now. Again a success. Let me see why it's not an error. Why did I show an error? Because here I forgot the return statement. So here inside the if condition in is unavailable dates, here just make an error to stop the function executing. Okay, so let's try with another room. So let's here click on the penthouse, here room 3, and here let's put John Doe phone name, email, let's, I don't know, like user5@gmail.com, and here let's make it from 25th again to 28th. Click book now, and you see here the success message. Okay, so let me try again from 27th to, let's say, 2nd. Right now we should display a message that I'm going to type it here. So 28 is the last book day, something like this. So if I click here book now, your date is in the book range. Last book day is 2800. Okay, here I get one. I have a mistake here. Here I forgot to type just +1 because you see it is 00. So 00 means that we get the 0 back here from that 0 here, but I forgot to increment it. So right now it should work. So if I click here book now, you see here the last book day is 24th of January, so I can make it even a lot more beautiful. So like this, so like this. If I click here, you see here, okay. And let's decide that I want to book from 29th to 2nd of February. Book now. Success. You booked from, you see here the date to, you see here where the date. Okay, so I'm very satisfied that everything is working as intended. So guys, please subscribe and thank you for your time. Expect only better and better videos. See you.